You know, some people say they pick their noses, but I feel like I was just born with mine. When the grocery store checker asks me if I want my milk in a bag, I always say no. I'd rather keep it in the carton. I asked my cat what's 2 minus 2. He said nothing. Last night I had a dream I was a muffler. Seriously, I woke up exhausted. I was driving down the road the other day. I saw a man washing his car with his son. As I got closer, I could hear the son ask, "Hey, Dad, can't we just try using a sponge?" 5 out of 4 people admit they're bad at fractions. I was shocked to find out our local bridge closed today. I still can't get over it. And I'd love to have kids one day. That's probably about as long as I could handle them. These are just some thoughts. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. Thank you guys so much for being here for another episode of KJ's What Happened. Yes, the sound is much better today because last night was a crazy ass attack. Again, Tamara knows. She's been on the front lines of it for years. So she knows sometimes our shows get under a really crazy attack. So, yeah, we did a live show last night. I had to actually cut quite a bit of it because it was just madness when it came to our sound issues and everything happening. So, and you know, I've been doing shows for years, so I always have the same setup. It's not like it's something on my end. So this happens every now and then. And you know, Prince of the Air. You know, what you gonna do? You know, this is one of the ways they mess with us through technology. And again, I'm not just making it up or being paranoid. It's happened so often. And again, we've had so many stories through the years, really crazy ones. But yeah, we made it through, but I did have to cut a lot of the shows. So it's about 2 hours left. The audio, I think it's okay, like for that 2 hours. But yeah, y'all should still check it out, man. There was a lot of videos I'd picked through the week I wanted to share with you. So there's still a lot of good ones on there. So check that out. Dropped a brand new video today also. So hope you guys will check that out if you haven't, or yesterday. Yeah, dropped a brand new video. So I hope you check that out. I just changed the thumbnail. I was messing around with thumbnails. I left one up on there that it wasn't even my first choice. So I went and changed it today. So anyway, the other thumbnail with a ghost thing on it was from a different year. It's still from FIFA, but from a different time. And I liked the thumbnail. I thought it was cool. But then I decided to switch it up, you know. So anyway, not that it matters to any of you. I care about it. Yeah, so had a busy day yesterday. Of course, we got the show today. I've got an uncensored show coming on Monday. And then this week, I'll be setting up a show for Friday and also another brand new video. I got a couple topics I'm working on. Definitely one about what's so special about 2030. You know, that's a big one. A lot of stuff there to show you, and still finding more. So that's it, man. I think that catches us up. Tamara, good to see you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, of course, and for bearing with everything last night. Again, it was crazy, man. Just like one thing after the other with the audio. But we made it through. The prayers helped. The prayers helped, definitely. So, but thank you. Good to see you, Tamara. And of course, all of you fine people. Always a pleasure to spend a Saturday afternoon with all of you. Hey, whoever, whatever. Thanks. It's very gracious. Says fast. Any advice to share description on how to do it personally? Which days, full day liquids, weekly question? More frequently, could we all synchronize and experiment with effectiveness? Nowadays feels like God is on the cusp of showing up visibly. Yeah, I love that one. Fasting's been on my mind a lot lately too. But, you know, you're supposed to do it and not really tell everybody about it. I don't know about us all coordinating. That's just me. But it's a beautiful message to get out. We can all talk about it, you know, and say, hey, yeah, because, you know, maybe we'll all say, hey, maybe this week let's all do one, and then we'll talk next Saturday and see how it went. Something like that. I think that'd be cool because I've been wanting to do it. Man, some days I'm basically fasting anyway. Some days I barely eat anything. So it's not like I'm sick or anything like that, or I'm depressed. Like my body's trained that way now, and it was a long road. I'm not trying to brag on this. Y'all know it's had some major health issues years ago, and anyway, so I figured that part out. But yeah, man, fasting's a great idea, especially nowadays. Good idea. All right, so follow on Subscribestar if you're not already, and I post everything up over there. Thank you to the Subscribestar family, and of course, huge shout out to my YouTube members. Always appreciated. All right, guys, we have got plenty to get into, so let's tarry no longer and get started. Do some headlines. Over 250,000 people forced to flee their homes in France and Spain from deadly wildfires. And the fires it's getting crazy out there, and flooding like we always see over the last couple of years. If it's not a fire in one place, it's a flood in the other. France was preparing to deploy a massive, specially adapted cargo aircraft to dump flame retardants on Saturday against a raging wildfire that has forced the evacuation of tens of thousands of people, including from some suburbs of the wine region, Bordeaux. According to a report from the Associated Press, wildfires across southern Europe this week have displaced more than 250,000 people, including some 70,000 evacuated in central Spain. Wow. French Interior Minister said the hulking A400M aircraft would join 18 other water and retardant dropping planes and helicopters in what he described as an expected long and very difficult battle against the blaze in southwestern France. All right, man, there we have it. Prayers for those people for sure. I know that's an AI picture, but you get the idea. President Trump sparks internet conspiracy frenzy after wearing Trump 2028 hat and saying he'll do it again at White House Correspondents' Dinner. There's some pretty crazy clips out there from the Correspondents' Dinner. It's usually a place where they joke around, cut each other down, stuff like this. And the president's there involved. And he went right after some of the fake news media, which was, for me, some of the funnier clips. I mean, he's a character. I'll give him that for sure. He's a goofy. He can be goofy and funny, man. I mean, he definitely can. And I know the final beast system's being built before our very eyes. I get this. I understand all of it. Okay, but sometimes you got to have moments of levity. You've got to enjoy, some of the madness, some of the humor, some of the silliness of all of it. Second, red heifer born in Israel as temple preparations continue. A second pure red heifer has been born in Israel, marking another rapid advance in long-standing efforts to prepare for the restoration of ancient temple rituals. According to a report from Charisma magazine, the National Red Heifer Institute announced the birth of this second qualifying animal within roughly 6 weeks of the previous one. The development is described as a meaningful step toward reinstating the biblical laws of purification tied to a future temple. Israel 365 News reported that the heifer was born in the Golan Heights. At the same time, 2 additional red heifers were inseminated in ancient Shiloh as part of the Institute's broader plan to build a sustainable herd. Shai Givon, the breeder whose herd produced the new calf, sees the timing as more than chance. He says, "I feel that we are living in a historic era. The Jewish people are more attuned than ever to the temple and to restoring purity to Israel, and God is opening doors and opportunities that have not existed in 2,000 years. Oh boy. Israel, you got some hard days coming. Jacob's trouble. Rare magnitude 5.0 earthquake strikes Texas Panhandle, strongest in over 100 years. And Texas, a place doesn't typically get hit, neither is my state, but they got some of us too. I'm up here, we're Oklahoma. 5.0, it's pretty crazy. Strongest in over 100 years. Earthquakes in diverse places. Grocery outlet deploys AI facial recognition technology to combat suspected shoplifters. in San Francisco Bay Area stores. Now, that's just the convenient excuse, because we see this going in everywhere. Signs notifying shoppers of the biometric face matching software, not cool, have appeared at stores in Pleasant Hill and Concord, along with 4 locations in San Francisco spanning the Mission, Portola, Bayview, and Richmond districts. These notices direct customers to the privacy policy for SaferGuard, SAFR, the AI-powered system in use. Right, I feel safer, don't you? No. Grocery Outlet operates many of its stores through independent operators, leaving the full scope of the rollout unclear. Neither the company nor individual store managers have detailed whether the installations stem from a centralized corporate initiative or local decisions. The retailer has not responded to inquiries, of course. All right. Safer is coming to keep you safer. The AI safer. Chilling map shows where more than 117,000 surveillance cameras are hiding in the United States. Jeepers. Did you get to take a look at it or what? I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's just read. According to a report from the Daily Mail, an extensive network of more than 117,000 automated license plate readers have been mapped through the United States, highlighting the growing reach of technology designed to track vehicle movements on public roads. They do have, there's a, I had to drive, I was going halfway across the state, and I went through one of those things where they snap your license plate. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking here. But they take a picture of your license plate, and then they'll send you, a bill. I'm sure you guys have seen that. May have some of that. All right. The interactive DFLOC heat map, developed as an open source project, compiles locations of these cameras submitted by the public and sourced from platforms including OpenStreetMap. These devices capture images of passing vehicles, logging license plates, locations, dates, and times to assist law enforcement efforts. Wonderful. California stands out with more than 16,000 documented readers positioned along major roads, intersections, and routes into populated areas. Florida follows with 7,000 something, Georgia with 7,000 something, and Illinois with 5,000 something. These numbers represent a snapshot rather than a full accounting of the whole system. All right, we get it. The growing surveillance state. Indeed, 'tis upon us. Defaults on student loans surge across the United States, reaching record levels as borrowers struggle to keep up with payments. I don't doubt it. How about y'all? Do you still pay your student loans? Somebody in your family struggling with it? One of the youngins? Panic as Meringues residents report a man allegedly biting locals at night. Residents of Gecko Village in Moringa County were thrown into panic, and reports emerged of an unknown man allegedly biting locals as they went about their daily activities. I guess it's kind of the area, I guess. Hey, they got on a Isuzu police car. It's cool. I had on a Isuzu Rodeo when I was in college. The incident quickly drew immediate comparisons to a similar case reported in Kiambu County just days earlier. Victims took to social media to share photographs of their wounds and bite marks, raising alarm about what many described as a disturbing and unexplained pattern. I got a little folder for this one. Funny enough, I need to. Several residents openly questioned whether the man apprehended in Moringa was the same individual believed to be responsible for the attacks in Riru, with one commenter asking whether another, quote, vampire was on the loose. Villagers did not wait long before taking matters into their own hands. According to reports, a group of residents cornered the suspect. They roughed him up and restrained him with ropes on the ground while they awaited the arrival of police officers to take him into custody. Well done, people. Photographs showing the shirtless man bound and lying on the ground circulated widely online, drawing a flood of reactions from Kenyans. I have to find those pictures. Look at his eyes. The Moringa incident follows closely on the heels of reports from Riru, where a man was similarly accused of biting and robbing residents. There goes the loony bin. Hold on. Excuse me. Looks like they missed us again. Chubbs is always ready. He hears it too. He knows, but so far so good. The proximity of the two cases in both timing and nature prompted widespread speculation online, though no official confirmation linking them has been made. The images and accounts sparked sharp responses across social media platforms, with many calling for answers from the suspect himself. Let me see. Police had not publicly confirmed the suspect's identity or the specific charges he was expected to face at the time the story was filed. And tuco.co.ka, I guess a website, also shared details about an unidentified man terrorizing pedestrians in Gitathua, Riru, by biting and robbing them after dark. Yeek. Eyewitness accounts reveal a growing sense of fear among residents as one victim narrowly escaped a chilling attack, while others continue to suffer serious injuries. I guess that's the end of it. Okay, it's from Kenya. So you decide. I think that's pretty creepy stuff, man. Couple stories, people running around biting. Man, that's just so, the biting is just so, it's horrible. On one side, it's just kind of so visceral, but on the other side, it's like weirdly intimate. I don't know, man. And that's not a good mix. It's just, there's something eerie about it. It's gross. Just walking around biting people, taking their crap, running away. Man accused of harassment arrested while walking trail dressed as a mime. This is kind of a strange one, too.
A man accused of harassing people while dressed as a mime is now facing several charges. Police arrested him last night at a trail in Natick. People who have seen him roaming around say they're relieved tonight to know that he's off the streets. NBC 10 Boston's Oscar Margain has new details we're learning from court.
I'm shocked. I'm surprised because, I walk here all the time.
I think I've seen this person maybe like 5 times.
He passed me when I was going down the path. Kind of freaked me out a bit. Top hat, Dracula paint on his face, black cape, cane, real creepy.
He's a man described by witnesses as in a mime costume, often seen along the Cochituate Rail Trail in both Natick and Framingham.
I've seen this person walk by. In fact, I've seen this person walk on the main street. I've always asked myself, why is he dressed like that?
More than his appearance, it's the crimes he's accused of that has spooked people out. State police had a warrant for his arrest and took him into custody along the same trail on Sunday. He was identified as 29-year-old Hernan Asael Villagran Lux and faces 3 criminal harassment charges. Villagran Lux was arraigned on Monday at Framingham District Court.
Causing a disturbance and, harassing people, that's just not appropriate, no matter what you call yourself or do.
Tracy Q says the man's demeanor along the trail raised red flags.
He was just kind of by the bushes, by the water. So that was a little weird that he was just kind of off the path, kind of stumbling around the bushes by himself. And that was when I was starting to get a little darker, so I got a little spooked.
Villagran Lux has pleaded not guilty to the charges. His arrest comes as less of a surprise and more of a relief for those who have crossed paths with the mime.
I get a little shooken up thinking that I walk this trail every day by myself. It's concerning.
There's a lot of young kids around here, a lot of women walking around alone, even men, which is why you never know. Somebody could do anything. You got your headphones on, they run up behind you, who knows what's going to happen.
Oscar Margain, NBC 10.
Yep. That is one of the creepier ones. This one's going into a special folder also. Not cool. How would you feel walking on a trail, especially just by yourself, and then you see that thing walking up next to you? I mean, it's not good. I think for anybody, it should put you on guard. There is a place in this life where you can be way too, quote, nice, and a lot of people confuse sometimes our faith, Jesus and all that and Christianity with just being super nice, being super, super nice, goody two shoes, nice. No, man, that's a worldly version of things. It's not that we're not supposed to be nice. There's a difference. We're kind, we're generous, but we're also warriors, and we stand for truth. And we don't take stuff. We're not. We don't take stuff that we shouldn't have to. I don't know. I don't know. We're way more than that. We're way more than goody two shoes. Way more than just always nice, nice, nice. Anyone can be nice, be fake nice, right? I'm rambling. New Mexico 2026 primary Democrat election workers stop Republican from voting and won't give him a ballot because, and this is more of that kind of triggering stuff that happens out there. Triple P's.
There has to be, you have to show a law. You are not doing this.
It's about a candidate.
This
if it's a candidate,
is against the law.
right now.
Okay, we have.
Yeah, this is against the law. You give him his ballot. Give him his ballot. This is against the law, people.
Can I ask them to?
You're gonna ask what? They are stopping us, trying to stop us from voting because we have a Make America Great. I know. Isn't that terrible? Make America Great. We don't want America to be great. Heck no. Don't do that. Anything but that.
Y'all are funny, man. Y'all should worry about your job and let us worry about the rest.
Okay, so get your ballot. You need to give him his ballot. You can't do anything. Where's the law that says that we cannot vote? Where's the law? He won't give a ballot.
Give him a ballot because he's a Republican.
Yeah.
Sorry. If you've already voted, can you please step out?
I'll step right here.
That's
You
fine.
can't refuse to give him a ballot because he's a Republican.
They are refusing to give him a ballot because he's Republican.
That's against the law. That's not a candidate. That's a party.
So y'all are full of crap.
You're basically saying you can't be a Republican and vote.
Yep.
There's a pen in each book. And when you're all done, if you'll take it over to the
She's doing it's called the steeple. You see that kind of movement she has with her hands. They're clasped and they're formed up like a church or like a steeple. And that means that there's no getting through. Totally on guard, no getting through. I just remember some of these things over the years, but anyway, just want to throw that out there.
all the way to the
Yes, you are. She won't give him a ballot. I'm watching.
No,
Not give him a
this
ballot.
is our right. He is not running for any office.
What the hell is going on in this country?
He is not running for any
No,
office.
he's not. He's a Republican.
We have absolute right to be able to wear a hat like this in here.
Give him a ballot because he's a Republican. We will not
Yeah.
give you a ballot if you're the party hat off.
That's ridiculous.
That's beyond
And
ridiculous.
who's making this call anyway? Is it a judge? Is
If it's a
it?
liberal one, you're screwed.
Oh, yeah, so they're not showing us any laws. There is no law that they're showing us. What they're saying is you have to take the hat off to be able to vote.
Yeah, y'all are over here doing a job, not supporting
When did that
the.
happen?
vote?
I voted.
But you have
You're, yes.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And she kicks you out, then no.
Okay.
Yes.
So now they are letting him vote. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hello. They were trying to deny his ballot, which they have relented because there is no law that says that you cannot wear a MAGA hat to vote. But they tried. They tried their best. There he is getting his ballot. And he's gonna vote. With his MAGA hat.
There you go. I mean, they got it on a video, but yeah, that's what we're up against. There's so much crazy. I say us just in the world in general, especially politics in America. There's such a clear divide, and it's vicious, especially on lefty side, as far as putting hands on people and causing destruction and things like that. You wouldn't know that from watching any mainstream type sources. You would think it was all the MAGA people. Right? Look what Trump did again. Like 10 years of that again. It's like not trying to choose sides or anything, but I'm just pointing out that kind of programming is so heavy. A decade of mainstream, not just in America, but like all over the world, that hate this one man, and they blame everything on him, and they put it all on him, and they put it all on Trump. And then Trump did this, and then Trump said that, and then Melania said this, and it's like 10 years of that, and that's why you have people just spazzing out because someone's wearing a hat. It's like that represents 10 years of this programming that that hat stands for just the most evil, wicked, vile, disgusting people. In the whole world. It's crazy, man. So anyway, David Blackman, a Texas State Guard veteran, spoke with us after he dropped out of Penn State Law School. They forced him to take, I guess he wouldn't use proper pronouns for somebody, and he got in some trouble, and here's what happened.
Penn State required me to take a class built around critical race theory and something that they dressed up as an anti-racism course. I could disagree in my own head, but to pass the class, I felt that I had to write what they wanted to hear, and I wasn't willing to sacrifice my reputation and buy a law degree with my conscience. There was almost definitely compulsion. It was built into the lessons. It was built into the assignments. When you have a law dean stand in front of you and say, you are a part of a broader coalition, it's compelled speech, plain and simple. Nobody was discussing the law in a two-form situation where they were like, well, you got to do things this way, but here's the opposite side of this, like they do in other forms of legal education. And I served in law enforcement, and I also served in the Texas State Guard, and I wasn't going to pay a public university to tell me that my country, my profession, and everything that I had done up to this point was oppressive. But Penn State made the choice to create this class. That was completely the choice of Penn State. They chose critical race theory, they chose ideological conformity, and they chose to make it mandatory. I've decided I'm going to attain my PhD in public policy from Liberty University, and I'm going to devote my life to making sure that nobody else ever had to make the choice that I did.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your story. That is just madness. Well, he needs to be reprogrammed. That's what it is. It's like, okay, reprogram this one. Reprogram this one. Wild. It's out there. Another reason to always make sure is a perfect segue, but really, to always make sure you have Jesus. If you haven't accepted that free gift of salvation, I hope you do. He'll help with everything. Be filled with the Holy Spirit. Be given wisdom you never knew you could have. You see things in a whole new light. Helps you to become truly the best version of yourself, and free you from so many things that you feel, you're stuck with. Just saying. This is called the Pascagoula abduction. It's a little bit of this.
Mississippi town of Pascagoula. Two local men confronted authorities with a rather bizarre story. Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker told of a strange craft landing near their fishing site and of being taken aboard by three unearthly creatures. One of the men suffered a nervous breakdown and is still under treatment.
We were sitting on the other side of the pier with our feet, over toward the river, fishing in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, we might as well go home. But I guess that was when I heard it. It was some kind of zipping sound. And when I turned around, in this area out here, about 40 or 50 feet out there, the blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, pushing the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding.
Sheriff Diamond, can you tell me just what happened that night?
No, sir, I can't. All I can tell you is there was two men came into the sheriff's department approximately 8:30 and 9 o'clock. They were all excited, upset, wanting to climb the walls, hysterical, crying. That's actually all I know is what happened. I mean, as far as me seeing what happened, I don't know.
Of course, we could see them in the opening coming from, when they started out to climb. But
Did you think it was people coming out at first?
Well, they had. I kind of thought it was people at first, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life. But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening, or whatever it was, then just almost instantly they were right there on us.
We questioned them at length. And then we left the room and recorded every all the conversation they had. Recorded between the two of them. And one of them kept wanting to pray. And he said, after all I went through on this earth, he said, why should I have to see something like this?
Calvin Parker, I was questioning him, and at one time he wanted to climb the wall. That's how nervous and how shook up he was.
They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the crack.
Now inside, how did they lay you out? Do you remember how it happened?
Yes. I didn't see any tables or chairs or anything in there. I'm not saying it wasn't in there because the light was almost blinding, but I didn't see any. And when they carried me inside, they seemed to just lean me back, And this eye, well, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close, and it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body. When they brought me from the craft along this area here, and they didn't drop me, they just released me back to the ground. And I fell. I don't know why my legs were weak. I don't know why it was the fright or what it was, but I fell onto the ground.
Tell me about the lie detector test.
Well, so that was run by Pilkington. Was it Pilkington?
Pennington.
Pennington.
That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. And when they were asked to come over here to talk to these people, they had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So he ran the third test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked.
Maybe because you could take it?
Well, it might be. I don't know. I think that they know more what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And I don't know, they might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under the strain and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world.
Mission accomplished by the bad guys, unfortunately. But these stories stack on upon each other. Then the ghost lights being seen all around the world, and just all of it working together for the idea again that there's these creatures coming from other planets. They're going to have new and strange ideas. No. No. Oh boy, says this media was disabled. Says this is the mandatory test before wild caving at Jewel Cave National Monument. Oh, okay, this one says, so apparently this is the real thing. They had a video of people doing this, but it says this is the mandatory test before wild caving at Jewel Cave National Monument. Well, I'm not sure where that is. Says you must be able to crawl through a 8.5 inch by 24 inch, is that right? Opening before embarking on the 4-hour tour. This is the moment I turn around and go TF home, says the person, Richie Rich. But I don't know if someone reposted it. It was pretty crazy, man. It was like very, very narrow, and people were making it through. They were very small. There we go. There's a picture of it. So that's the real thing right there. That's actually it. You got to make it through that before going on this 4-hour wild caving tour. Can you imagine? I can't. No thanks. I got PADI certified diving when I lived in Maui. It's PADI. And one time I went on a dive. Oh, it was probably like 60 feet down or something. But we went into a cave. And man, that was the most claustrophobic I ever felt. Narrowly going through, not nearly like what that guy is doing, but still, it's tight. We had, you got a tank on your back, going through these, little caverns under the water. And then when you get to the end of it, and you can take your mask off and get out because there's air pocket, so you can breathe. But dude, oof, yeah, no thanks. I never went into a cave again. Diving, just not my thing. Anyway, enough about me. Check this out. Says
Spirit.
Says this is why I quit drinking for good.
Alcohol means body-eating spirit, al-kul in Arabic, hence why vodka is called spirit. Jinn is a jinn, which are invisible creatures in early religions. This is where jinx comes from. When you jinx something, it means bad luck because the spiritual planes is what they are hiding from you. They want you to believe everything is just physical. Jay-Z's alcohol brand has a Knight Templar symbol called the Cross of Lorraine, which is one of the highest orders of Freemasonry. Alcohol destroys the connection between your oversoul and your physical body by destroying brain cells, which then makes you more vulnerable for demons to enter your electromagnetic field and take control. Society is being ran by an ancient dark cult, which uses black magic and the dark usage of alcohol. Why do you think these are illegal and this is legal?
Take it from a former alcoholic, folks. This is why I quit. It's spiritual warfare at its core.
I mean, yeah, on the store it'll always say beer, wine, and spirits. So, yeah, boy, pick your poison, I suppose. I see nothing wrong with a little wine here or there, maybe a beer here and there. It's just me. Just me. Ex-Marine just got involuntarily recalled is the claim. Says nothing can stop what's coming. This is the title. So, let's see what's up. See what's up.
Can someone explain to me how after being discharged from the Marine Corps for over 11 years, I'm sorry. Been discharged from the Marine Corps for 11 years. I just got involuntarily recalled. Can someone tell me what's going on?
Well, that's all we got from the Korean Redneck is his name over on TikTok. Says he's lying his arse off. Just a heads up, the video is from April 1st, 2024, and I believe it was an April Fool's joke. Okay, good. Thanks, man. Ultra Magadine. I think that explains it. Yeah, again, it's kind of hard to tell when I first watched it anyway. Now we know. Now we know. Says oh man, this one's nuts. Let me look down here and make sure there's no notes or anything. This says this has to be a skit. I don't think so. Freaking lunatic. These people are really sick. Throw them out. All right, so I don't think this is an act. This one is crazy. Seen a lot of people sharing this one this week. Another example, like I was just talking about a little bit ago, like 10 years of Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. Like as time goes on, as even children being raised in that time, and hearing their parents getting the programming, then they're getting the programming, then they hate, and then unfortunately they associate Trump. Now the divide is so crazy. Now they associate America, anything positive for America and all that, now that's all associated with Trump. You see what I'm saying? That's, I'm sure, part of the op, too. Spiritual op, I'd say. But now it's all kind of, he's the man, So people are programmed out of their freaking minds. A lot of them really are. And here's an example, if you will.
Hi, ladies. How are you? Yes.
Are you Fernando?
Yes, I'm Fernando. I'm your right.
Sam. Do you have
Welcome.
a destination?
Yes, I have it right here logged in. How are you ladies doing today? All right, here we go. We're off.
Watch out. Can I ask you why you're wearing this hat?
What seems to be the problem?
Well, this is not okay for me because you're making a statement and you should not be wearing this if this is your business.
That's right. It is my business. I'm allowed to wear this. This is a free country, right? Are we still in America, or is it?
Not when you're picking up people that don't share the same viewpoint as you.
Yeah, it's just making
Well,
my mother
you
uncomfortable.
ladies don't love your country, or what?
No, it's just making my mother uncomfortable,
Oh, I
sir.
love my country. I don't like the pig that's running it. So you need to take the hat off right now.
Yeah, if you.
Okay?
I really don't think that's very nice to come in here and demand
She
things.
didn't mean it in a rude way, sir. If you could just be respectful and take the hat off, we would feel a lot safer
I
back
can't
here.
believe you would have the hat on of someone that's ruined America. Do you understand what he's done, young man?
I love my country. I was in the Marines and I support my country. I love it. I'm not going to take the hat off.
In the Marines, you should know better.
Sir, it's just a 10-minute ride. If you could just take it off for the.
Did you ladies serve your country?
For the ride, sir. That's
All right then. You know, when you serve your country, you get allowed to do things like that.
Okay, sir, please do not talk to my mother like that. Do you want a tip or not? I'm trying to be polite here. I don't understand. I don't understand why you can't just take the hat off.
I'm not really appreciating all this negativity.
My mom is not comfortable right now. Okay, sir? Pull over right now. I'm going to get out of it.
Ladies, it's only a few more minutes to
I
your
don't
destination.
Pull over now.
Pull over. She doesn't feel safe. Well, don't you understand? Are you okay, Mom? Are you okay?
Because what he doesn't understand.
I know he's
It
being
really, it's not that big of a deal.
Do you know what
It's
he
really
does
not
to
that
children?
big of a deal.
Do you know what he does to children? Are you even aware? Do you care?
Yeah, he saved about
What if it was your
150,000 children.
What if it was your child?
Pull over. I don't feel safe here. I want out right now.
Oh my, please.
I want out right now.
You know, it's people like you that make this country
Make
fall.
this country what?
Yeah, it's people like you that
Pull over,
don't.
sir. I'm asking.
Communist people here like you. All right,
you know what?
you know what? I don't want you communists in my country.
Good. We don't
You
want
know what?
Good. Let's go. But now.
Get
now.
out of my ride.
Now.
Get out of my ride.
I'm gonna jump
Go.
out. Here's your hat. Take your lousy hat. Okay.
That's one being the communist.
There you go. You decide. So some people thought a skit says skit or not, it's awfully close to the liberal mindset, says somebody. This is not real, it says obviously, but if it was, those women are disgusting. Trump is not what they say and they need to be sued. These people are really sick, throw them out. Dumb broads, that's not nice. And women like this is what makes me glad I'm single. Funny, he was good. The ladies weren't nearly nasty enough to be real Trump haters. Says, I love this man. He has the right to wear whatever he pleases. And if you don't like it, you can walk. I know exactly how you feel. All right, so Democrats are insane. I can't believe people can be so rude. So it's a mix. It's a mix. All right? Look it up sometime. If y'all find somewhere where they admit it's a skit or something, man, please let me know. Because like that one person said, skit or not, I mean, it's so close to reality that, you know. It says, real glitch in the Matrix caught on camera. There's a couple of interesting ones here, I thought. These are always kind of fun. Again, as always, you decide.
I somehow broke physics with this fence. My dog escaped from it the other day. I got mad at it, so I slammed it. This used to be on the other side of this. And somehow, both of them are unharmed, and now it's on the other side.
Schmungus? What? A VPN into what? Another dimension? I married a schmungus. What the hell is schmungus?
Can someone explain how this shadow appears to me?
All right, there you go. Yeah, those are kind of fun. The glitches in the Matrix.
The same thing with demonic activity, bro. The world we live in is full of demons. This is taught by the Bible. These demons have been watching us since we were little. They're everywhere, bro. So they've watched you since you was little. They know what city you was born in. They know the name of your parents. They know the things that you pray for when you pray in English or out loud. They know every city you lived in, every apartment you lived in. They know every person you've married. They know that and they watch that. So now you go in to see the psychic. You go in to see Miss Cleo. You sit down. She got her little crystal ball, right? And now
read the word with him. Read the word. Get to know him. Pray. Talk to him. He's always there. Once you accept him, the gift. Brandon, the guy that predicted Trump getting popped in the ear, now predicts huge mothership is coming to Earth. This one's been around for a bit, but it's always a interesting kind of reminder from Brandon over on YouTube, his Last Days channel.
So Brandon Biggs is the guy who made the prophecy that Trump would get hit in the ear. Now he's back again, making another prophecy that there's going to be a huge ship going across the ocean in the days ahead.
Saw these major alien ship, and it flies over the Vatican, and it goes over the Mayan temples down in Mexico. And I said, Lord, is there two of these? Because I keep praying about this. And he said, no, it's just one. And that's what's going to make everybody freak out, because they're going to see it moving across the ocean. You understand? It's going to be something that's going to be on TV. It's going to move across the ocean, and people are going to freak out in the days ahead. Then I saw little bitty ships coming out of this mothership that were balls of light, and it wasn't a real ship. It was demonic looking light that was traveling around causing confusion in our skies. You say, Brandon, that sounds way out there. Yeah, it is. It was way out there to me. I didn't even want to talk about it, but I'm instructed to. You say, well, Brandon, that sounds like you're on something. Well, no, folks, I'm just here to warn you. I'm just here to warn you. And as wild out there as it sounds, fearful sights you will see that will bring you to your knee. I'm here to warn you. The enemy is not playing fair with trying to deceive people with what's coming. He's going to throw all the curveballs he can to try to deceive the nations. When the Antichrist steps on the scene and he says, hey, we have a solution for all the problems in the days ahead. I have peace. I'm going to bring peace. I'm going to bring in prosperity. I'm going to do all this. But all you have.
So he says a big ship is coming. Here's the question. Are there big ships? Well, people who study underwater.
Yeah, I think there's a mix of all of it. All of it. All preparing for the show, the big show. And the lights are already happening. The beam, I believe. One way they can use it is what we call the ghost lights around here. And we've been tracking those a couple years. Mavi on YouTube's always been so great about finding these consistently. And as time went on, to me, it became clear it was a beam from above, because it always has to have clouds. So they're not just orbs out in the open sky. They always have to have clouds. They're beams from above, and they can move them in any way. So they make them go really fast. They spin them in circles. They synchronize and choreograph like little dances and all kinds of crazy stuff with them, right? But they've been doing that for years, probably longer than we've been tracking it, all over the world, and that's like a worldwide psycho operation. It really is on the people, just preparing everybody in one way or another, because it's a universal language. There's no, you don't have to speak to it or anything. You see it with your eyes, and you realize it's not from this earth. And then whoa, and then you go tell your friend, and they tell their aunt, and she tells her brother, and the whole thing goes on, right? So check this out. It says an archangel showed him the reality of, as I used to call it, HE double hockey sticks.
I was partying. I looked around and like, why am I not happy? And all of a sudden, in a mystical way, the entire ceiling of my house kind of disappeared. What I saw come into my peripheral view is St. Michael the Archangel. He's about 2 stories tall, the most beautiful creature you could ever put your eyes on. He suspended time. It felt like everything else around me stopped, but I was still functioning. He then gave me the grace of looking at my soul. It was kind of like an illumination of conscience. He showed me where I was at in hell. I already had a position in place in hell. I also saw the demons that were around me that were ready to chomp on the bit when I would arrive. He also showed me that everyone around me that were already there were tormented by the pleasures of the world that they loved. Whatever perverse pleasures or deficiencies that they had were the same torments that were used on them for eternity. Animal heads and bodies of humans, and it was horrific. I should have died based on the horror that I saw. He then took his wings, then raised him out, which for a 2-story tall angel, his wingspan was the size of a football field. And when he used the tips of his wings, it just barely moved them. It exorcised the entire house. All the amount of demons, just like a tornado, came in and just went out and up. And the whole place, I could sense and feel its light and peace return.
Whoa. So, you decide. It kind of reminded me of the movie Frailty. Did you guys ever see that? With Bill Paxton, was that his name? Man, that was a cool movie. Relatable to a lot of us. Frailty, look it up. But there's a scene where he has a vision, a heavenly vision of an angel coming down, but he's underneath a car. He's an auto mechanic, and he's working on the engine. And then just the way they did it was so cool. And this is only one moment, so sorry to spoil if you haven't seen this, but then it's just the way they did it. All the pieces of the engine just started kind of, falling away like puzzle pieces. And all of a sudden he was in this like cathedral or something with, light shining down. This massive angel coming down with a sword is pretty amazing. Check it out if you haven't seen it. It says, on her deathbed, a woman revealed she'd been an archaeology student near Roswell in 1947. She said she saw a downed craft and small beings. And actually, I'll just let her tell you. Or her or the other lady.
Made a deathbed statement to a nurse at St. Petersburg Community Hospital in Florida.
When I was a nurse on a terminally ill floor, we had a patient who was admitted, and one day I went in to bathe this patient, and she was more alert than she usually was. She was very suspicious acting. She asked me if I could draw the curtain. She wanted to know if there was another patient in the other bed, and I said no, which I was a little surprised because she wasn't so alert. In fact, most things that she did was call out one particular name. So she proceeded to talk to me, and she said there's something that she needs to talk to someone about, that she needed to tell them something. She said, I've held it in a long time. And then she said that a lot of years ago, she was out with a bunch of people, and they were, she said, rock hunting. And she kept saying, I wasn't supposed to be there, but I went. And she goes, and then she said, I wish I hadn't. And she said they were out and they were walking around, and they came upon a hill, and they went over the hill. And she said then they saw a large shiny object. And she said it was very large, and they wanted to see more, so they started walking toward it. She said that when they got there, that there was a large round object, and it was sitting on the ground. And she said, and then on the ground was some, she goes, blankets or something. And she said that one of the guys from the expedition, one of the men, walked over and they pulled back the covers. And she said there were little people. She couldn't believe it. There were actually little people. She said they had very large heads and very big eyes. And she said they had some kind of shiny material on. And I can't remember if she said what color. I thought she said blue, but I really can't remember at this point. But she said it was so shiny, it was almost like it was fluid-like. And she said, and then she became very upset, and she goes, but you mustn't tell anybody. She goes, never tell anybody. And at this point, she would just keep looking around the room. She was very paranoid acting, and she said, because they can always find you. And I said to her, I said, who can always find you? She goes, the government can always find you.
Eek. But yeah, that's a really good one. I had never seen that clip before. Thanks, UAP Reporting Center. Well done. Well done. It's a good one.
Be careful what videos you're leaving on to go to sleep to. This one lady just had a horrifying experience, and I've known about this for a while, but essentially she was going to sleep to like AMSR videos on YouTube and like rainfall and tropical rainforest sounds, ocean waves, all this white noise stuff. And she said she kept having these nightmares like crazy. And she woke up at the 3-hour mark. She was having a nightmare and she woke up. The video was on like 3 hours. And it was a person whispering demonic chants. They were literally whispering like this creepy, and there were still like the white noise tropical things on, but somebody had hidden 3 hours into like a 7-hour, 8-hour audio file, these like demonic whispers and chants. Now, one, this would creep me out because I don't think in my tired brain after a nightmare, I would realize it was coming from the YouTube video at first. I think I'd freak out and think it was coming from the room. But people are weird and sadistic and they like to slip this stuff in there. You got to be careful when you leave your kids with something too, because there is a whole channel that actually got shut down where they were slipping in tons of inappropriate jokes like 20 and 30 minutes into these long form videos because the first 20 to 30 minutes seem so wholesome and innocent. So our daughter, when she was little, like less than a year old, she liked these like little nursery rhyme videos, and it would teach them how to count, and it was very peaceful. I don't like that overstimulating stuff. So this show was very peaceful. It teach them how to count. Well, somebody made a mimic account of it. And like 25 minutes in, it was still the video. So like if I was listening as a parent, it sounded normal still. But they were showing photos of people who had been blown up in World War II and pictures of the Holocaust and like tons of just really dark imagery. And they're just like standing on the screen holding up these photos of all this awful stuff while they're playing like Gullah Gullah Island in the background. And I was like, whoa, luckily she had fallen asleep and didn't see this stuff, but it's just, there's so much stuff that is after you subliminally right now in like flash imageries. There was another show that we were watching with her like 2 years later when she was like 3 or 4. And it was like this dance cute video. So we're like dancing in the living room, having fun with her. And all of a sudden I look over at the dance video and once again, they're showing up like it would just blink it real fast. This awful Momo demon thing. It was crazy. And so you never know what's out there, and I know people have known about this for a while, but that lady's story was so great. I had to come on here and share it real quick. Be careful what videos you're leaving on to go to sleep to.
Thank you, sir. How about y'all? Do any of you fall asleep to that ASMR? And if you don't know what that is, it's like they're kind of whisper talking, like tonight we're gonna stuff like that. I don't know, something to that effect. I never got into it. I mean, I've seen some of the videos and just listened to some to get an idea of what it's all about, but not for me. But that's really what it is. And some people find it very soothing, and it's got its own kind of subculture online. And some of these people have tons of followers, and it's a whole deal. It's on YouTube, it's on TikTok, so you can go check it out if you're interested. Just be careful, because you never know what you're dealing with on the other side there. You know what I mean? So there you have it. You decide. Oh yeah, this is a good one. So this goes back to last week. I showed you guys that video. It was an Andrew Tate video, and clearly there was somebody in the background that had no head. Like everything else is functional and normal. The body was normal, the movements were normal, he had hands. The whole thing, like it was like legit, just a person, but for some reason there was no head, and we theorized what it could be, kind of computer stuff, maybe, or, who knows, just something like maybe this guy really doesn't have a head, but it appears he does. I don't know. It's always fun to think about things like that. I like it. But anyway, seems we have an answer, so let's check some of this out here.
This is your friendly reminder that most everything that we see is fake. We are at a point in time in history where we have no idea if what we see is real or not, and this is the perfect example. Watch his shoes, Andrew's shoes. Oh, there it is. Tip of the shoe has just disappeared. Oh, now it's back again. Oopsie. Y'all, we're at a point in time, honestly, where I'm going to guess 95% of the videos that we see, 95% of the events of the news that we see is not real. AI has gotten so good, has been so good, that we just don't know. And this comes after a video of him playing poker, I think it was, or blackjack, where there was a guy behind him. I'll play the video here in a second. The guy behind him was literally headless. This guy right here, just casually hanging out without a head, just, standing around headless. This man is also not straight, by the way. These mistakes are obviously being done intentionally. These are big mistakes. And it's really interesting to watch when videos are posted, even the whole Mitch McConnell thing, pictures are posted. People are analyzing them now for AI. People are analyzing them for the mistakes. They are looking for the mistakes because we all know, just a blanket statement, right, that we are being lied to just across the board about everything. And that's why, in my opinion, they are allowing this kind of stuff to happen because they want the masses riled up. They want the masses sick and tired of being lied to, sick and tired of being manipulated. They want the masses sick and tired of AI. That's their goal. Because again, it always goes back to the Bible, right? It always goes back to the good cop that is going to be presented to the world in the very near future. This is the system that the Antichrist will come in and deliver the world from. It's a very small example, but this is a part of the system. The elites, the celebrities that nobody relates to anymore, right? The surveillance, the flock cameras, the AI, all of it. He will deliver the world from that into a mock millennium where everybody is united. Everybody is living as one. It's peaceful. We're at harmony with the animals, all of it. No more wars, no more surveillance, no more AI, no more elites, eating children, none of that. No more taxes. Everybody gets universal income. Everybody's living, everybody's happy. That's the world. So they're doing all of this intentionally to get everybody fed up. What they're also doing is they are creating a mindset that this is an old system, that it's breaking down, right? Because this new world is going to be a higher consciousness that the Antichrist will usher in. So they're kind of creating the illusion that this old system, this evil system, is breaking down and fading away, and the new is coming. And that's what the Antichrist will do. That's part of the lie, right? That we can all ascend, we can all rise up to a higher consciousness, and this system is going to fall away. Almost every single thing that we see, y'all, is fake. It is either scripted and pre-planned, or it is AI. The only truth that we have in this world is God's word. That is the only truth that we have. That is the only truth that we need. Everything going on outside is biblical, but they are throwing out a movie for you to watch to keep you distracted from the fact that everything going on outside is biblical. Satan and his kingdom, Satan and his puppets are all moving the chess pieces into place behind the curtain, getting ready for the 7-year tribulation, getting ready for the physical rule of Satan on this earth. We are in the last second of the end. If you do not know Jesus Christ as your personal Lord and Savior, now is the time. We are living in the days of Noah. In the days of Noah, Noah preached for 120 years. He warned the world about the wrath that was coming, and they did nothing but laugh at him. They did nothing but mock him because they didn't see the rain. And right now you have people sounding the alarm. You have watchmen, you have Christians, true followers of the Lord Jesus Christ, warning the world about what is coming. And even those out there who do not believe, but they know that the world, there's something wrong. They can feel that there's something coming. They are still laughing at us. Now is the time to take it seriously. Heed the warning. The wrath of God Almighty is about to be poured out on this world. That is why the world looks like it does. Satan's kingdom is getting ready to rule this world for 7 years. The wrath of the creator of this world is about to be poured out. His anger, his judgment, his wrath is about to be poured out on this world. He is going to allow Satan to physically take a seat and rule this world. Now, this may seem like nothingness to most people, but it is indicative of something much larger. There is a deception coming that will seem like a rescue mission. It will feel to the world like a liberation. It will feel like an exodus, right? We are being delivered from evil, and that is the deception, and I will continually warn about it.
All right, good job, I think. Ashley Hayes. I'll try not to put too many. Again, somebody kind of complained that one of the shows had, I guess, several clips. And sometimes I don't realize it because I'm collecting them different days through the week. And then then that was one of those where I was like, oh, I did. There's like 4 clips or something. So I'll try not to do that. And it's, I never typically try to do that. I really try to always keep it mixed up. And there's new people I'll find each week. Some people I won't show anymore for whatever reasons. And some people just stop uploading. And, there's always kind of a flow with it. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right, let's do this. Campbell's Soups is trying to salvage their brand because remember what happened, I guess just several months ago. There was that leak from a Campbell's exec saying the meat was 3D printed. All right, check this out. I ain't eating that. Bleep.
Just released this new soup that they're calling high quality ingredients, but I feel like saying, what were we eating before? Low quality ingredients?
This new high quality ingredient, Campbell's Soup, is nothing more than basically a PR stunt. It's just rebranding after what that executive said. This new soup is reformulated with no artificial meat. And the reason why they had to do this is because so many people stopped buying Campbell's Soup. And they did this because there was a secret recording that was leaked that the Campbell's executive said that the meat they were using was 3D printed meat. He said that it was, quote, shit for poor people. Here's a little more information if you want on this.
A former Campbell's Soup Company employee is taking legal action against the food giant, and he's making some explosive allegations about one of its top executives. Good evening, and thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. Those allegations are now at the center of a lawsuit claiming the company's vice president went on an hour-long tirade attacking the company's products and employees before taking aim at its customers.
And the former employee recorded it all. Eric
It's low
Erickson
audio
shares
on
that
their end.
recording and what the company is saying about it.
We have shit for poor people. Who buys our shit? And that's just part of an over an hour-long rant, says former security analyst for Campbell's, Robert Garza of Monroe.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's so healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at meat, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer.
All right, so there you heard it. A piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. It's bioengineered. He says it's shit for poor people. I mean, this is what they think of you. So why would you ever buy this new high quality ingredient soup when you know that this is how the company runs? You know they're just going to reformulate later on. It's going to go right back to that junk ingredients. Don't trust this company.
All right. Good report, sir. That's Wall Street Apes. Ladies and gentlemen, Wall Street Apes on X. Nightborn is the first full-test AI film this person has ever made. It was made using Seedance 2.0. And this is from Neil Blomkamp, who's actually a famous Hollywood writer-director. He made, what was it called? What was it? Can you all help me out with this one? Was it called, I know it's not Session 9, because that's a different movie. I love that movie. It's kind of a scary one. It's something 9, District 9. There you go. So he made a movie called District 9, which was a real hit. He's made a bunch of stuff. Then he's had some flops, and anyway, it's been kind of a mix. But there he is. So he's been in the game for a long time. I don't know if that's him. We'll see. Yeah, I think that is him. So yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, a lot of people are bummed that it's another director, well-known director, been around for years, that's going to be getting into AI, giving into it. And he's not the first. There's others. So we might be seeing a trend here, perhaps. Could be a refreshing new career for a lot of the directors who've maybe fallen off for whatever reason. Not that they're bad. A lot of times it's just hard for them to find the funding,
That's the product. A soldier that costs nothing to lose.
I want to know what actually happened to my wife. A friend came to see me. He was on the rescue that night. He told me she was alive when they pulled her out of that cockpit. Well, I can tell you with certainty that your friend is mistaken. Nate what's really going on.
This is about the fact that my wife didn't die the way you all say she did. That's what this is about!
That's the product. A soldier that costs nothing to lose.
And there you go. So, you know, I mean, if anyone can do it, these guys can. I've told y'all before, I tried to create Tribulation Tales, like a series of short films, just kind of vignettes of things happening to different people during that time. And it gets costly. I didn't go too far, but it does cost, and it's very hard. To me, it was a real challenge. Not gonna kid around, man. It was tough. It's a whole different art form itself. It's really how you program it. You know, you have to be like, I don't know. Not for me. The Chevy Spark and Nissan Versa are the two cheapest cars in America right now. It says, I think. And you can buy a car like that in China. Oh, yeah, here we go. Cars in China. This is interesting. From Scott, I think that's Scott Stapp, right?
Like, you know why these cars in China?
Oh, no, it's not. That's, for a second, I thought it was Scott Stapp, the lead singer of that band. All right, check this out.
Like, you know why these cars in China are cheap? It's not magic. It's because the cost of resource extraction is lower. The cost of making steel and aluminum is lower. The cost of building a factory is lower. And that's why you're able to buy an awesome car for $10,000 in China. And here, the cheapest thing you can buy is a shit box for 17 or 18 grand. And I mean, like, it's bad. Like, have you ever driven a $17,000 car?
What do they have at 17,000? What can you buy?
I think you can buy a
like
Nissan,
a Chevy Volt or something.
So so there's I think you can buy a Chevy Spark, which is actually not an electric car. The Bolt was an electric platform. So I think you can buy a Chevy Spark. I think you can buy a Nissan Versa. Those are the two cheapest cars in America right now, I think. Both of them, I believe you can get them out the door for less than $20,000. And look, I'm sorry, Chevy. I'm sorry, Nissan. I like those brands, but these cars are not the stewards of the brand. They're the college student shit boxes.
Just transportation.
And you can buy a car like that in China for $3,000 or $4,000.
Wow.
$3,000 or $4,000 will get you a car that here is almost 20 grand. And again, it's not magic.
Wow, good stuff. Good stuff. Interesting. And we've seen there's other clips I've shared on the show, even recently, about super cheap cars out in China. There's a whole thing there. I had a motorbike out there for a while in Costa Rica, and it was Chinese. Now I can't even remember the name of it now. There's a whole market out there in Costa Rica for Chinese cars, motorcycles, all kinds of things. It says this one hits different when you're older. The guy in the video breaks down how shockingly young the, quote, old characters actually were on 4 of our favorite classic shows. Yeah, this is really cool, I thought. It's pretty interesting. It's one for the Gen Xers, I'd say. Bit of millennial reruns.
If you're old enough to remember the old TV show Cheers, did you know that all of these people were babies? I'm talking about the ages of the cast. Norm was 34, as was Carla. The over-the-hill baseball player Sam was also 34. Cliff was just 35. The doddering old man coach was just 58. When Kelsey Grammer first appeared as Frasier, he was 29. In the classic film The Graduate, about a young Dustin Hoffman being seduced by an older woman, the older woman, Anne Bancroft, was 36. The cranky old man in All in the Family, Archie Bunker, that actor, Carol O'Connor, was 47 when the show started. In the old show Sanford and Son, Red Fox was only 50 when that show started, again, younger than me. In the original Karate Kid film, the ancient karate master, Mr. Miyagi, was 52. If you're one of the few people on here who still remember the show Mama's Family, Mama, played by comedian Vicki Lawrence, was only 34. She was obviously playing older. The example that has probably freaked me out the most is there was a band in the late 1980s called the Traveling Wilburys, and their entire gimmick was they were a bunch of aging rock stars making easy listening music. So it was Tom Petty and George Harrison and Bob Dylan. So I was a child when they came out, and I thought it was funny, like these are these cranky old grandpas making rock music. But Tom Petty was 37 at the time. George Harrison was just 45. Bob Dylan was 47. You kids out there, I'm telling you, the time will get away from you.
Wow, that's crazy. Bob Dylan was 47. It's kind of a trip. But they got some super catchy songs. The Traveling Wheelberries. If you've never heard of them, go check them out. I mean, it is kind of a super group. Perhaps they all sold their souls to the same demon, perhaps. I don't know. But, man, some really catchy songs. Strange creatures caught on camera. Can you explain this? I always like these two. It's kind of gross. Yikes. Look at that. The heck is that? Looks like out of a sci-fi movie. What do you do? Do you keep it in a jar? I know you can kill it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kind of a thing that is, because it looked like it had all those little fingers, almost like maybe a centipede or something. I don't know, something else. But then they were starting to stretch out and peek out around the edge of the nose. It was like, whoa. They pull it out. It's like one of those little glob things. And how many movies have you seen where that's kind of, even Slither from James Gunn years ago, but that's the thing. It's like this little thing like that, like a globby goo, snake-like thing that crawls around, gets up inside you somehow, and then takes over, It's pretty crazy. And it's like, whoa. I've seen that in movies. For real. Flock safety cameras love and demand privacy, but only for themselves and their employees. Apparently, this gentleman is going actually up to their new office. We saw last week they had moved. Apparently.
Hey there, we got an interview here. I know they just moved.
For Flock?
Mm-hmm.
Who you have an interview with?
We're the news.
You know, so who you have an interview with?
Garrett, ideally, but if there's another representative.
You said Garrett? Garrett, the CEO? Or
Mm-hmm.
Can you come on?
Yeah, we're trying to get an interview today, yeah.
Oh, no, yeah, but there's nobody here. At all.
Dang, so they sent us to the wrong spot. How long ago did they move?
Like 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, but we don't have anything, so we'll see you guys.
Okay, where's the spot in Buckhead?
We can't give that out.
What is that, like for security reasons?
Yeah.
Oh, so they care about security a lot, like their own privacy?
Can they come? Thank you.
Can we put a camera up by your house and your house? What, wait, you guys care about security here? Yeah, we also care about our privacy too, so. We'll see you guys at the next location, okay?
That's the security guard right there.
That's the same guy?
Yeah, that's the security guard, 100%.
Hey, sir, we're surveilling you. Is that okay? Do you consent to being surveilled? We're just filming you right now. Do you consent to us surveilling you with our cameras? Oh, well, we're doing it for safety. Oh, no, he's getting our license plate. What are we going to do? Sir, we're not having that. You filmed us? We're filming you double now. Oh, yeah. Get him, film him, surveil him. Sir, does getting surveilled make you feel uncomfortable at all? Can you send my regards to Garrett, please? Sir, are you calling the cops?
Yeah.
He's calling the cops on us. I don't feel safe either. We should call our cops too. Sir, do you feel in danger right now? Why are you calling the cops? You gotta tighten up, man. After digging into real estate records, we found that Flock appears to have secretly relocated their headquarters to this building right here. We the people, our voice have just not been heard, it feels like. This pressure adds up and we need to use it. Again, we are the ants and the ants can win against the grasshoppers if we team up properly. They've been here for about 3 weeks now and I don't see Flock anywhere. It seems they're looking for some privacy. Good morning. How are you? Oh, we're just here for a meeting we're going up to. Beautiful building.
So, gentlemen, FYI real quick, we want to be taking photos of something in the building.
Where's that? For an interview at the flock headquarters. Okay, that's okay. What?
The floor's a lockdown, period. And sorry, is that rolling right now? You need to cut that off. No,
Film?
Can you get that out my face, please?
We're just going up for an interview to the flock building.
No, sir. You can't do anything like that. You don't have point of contact or anything like that? No, sir.
You're telling me the flock people told you to say no? Because they didn't say no to us.
That camera is catching it. Would you mind turning it off? I'm going to ask you to go, please. Can you please leave the building?
We have something.
Can you please leave the building?
Seems like privacy is a top priority here, huh?
Can you please leave the building? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, Flock's new office is here in this building. They don't want people to know that. And obviously they have their guys at the front keeping us out. He's doing his job. I get it. So far on Instagram, 8,000 votes. 91% no from 1 hour ago. So far on YouTube, 1 hour ago, 3,500 votes, 93% no.
Whoa.
I wouldn't even want flock cameras installed in my arch nemesis neighborhood. What's bad for America is bad for Americans, period.
All right, let's see if this is really true. So here he is walking up to the new flock safety building. As you can see, they don't put their name on the sign, so they're very secretive about this. Take a look at the building architecture. See those little arcs that they have around it? So this is the new building. I looked it up on AI. This is in fact the new building. They're supposed to be moved in here. And here is the building on Google. So as you can see, here it is. Let me just move it over. So here are those same arcs that were in the video that we just watched. Let me see if I can go down here just to do a comparison. Here are these arcs, and let's go over here. These are the same arcs. So this is the building, and here's the, here's a closer look at that. And if we go here, this is the same lobby that he's in. So we found the building. So let's just verify on Google the businesses that are in this building. It's called the, however you pronounce this, but this is the building right here. And here are the businesses that are in this building. Do you see Flock anywhere? I don't. So even on Google, if you go and you type this in, Flock wants their privacy. They don't even want to be listed on Google.
There you go. Of course, privacy, somebody wrote in chat for me, but not for thee. It's a good way to put it. Check some of this out.
Governor Hochul and the mayor unveil a new fast bus action plan. It includes rapid transit bus lanes, more cameras to ticket vehicles blocking those lanes, and better bus stops.
Wait a second, I thought buses in New York were supposed to be free, but that doesn't sound like the plan at all. Instead, the mayor has a new scheme to spend tens of millions renovating bus stations and installing traffic lights while cutting bus service to make it faster. But they won't be free buses, oh no, because these are going to be funded with an army of AI cameras to find drivers with the help of Big Brother. And while the improvements from all this are years away in the future, those taxation cameras are here right now.
Blink and you might miss them. On the windshields of hundreds of MTA buses, mounted cameras are now searching for vehicles blocking the bus lane. The cameras are powered by artificial intelligence, but driver George Hahn says the AI system isn't smart enough.
Mayor Mamdani, Governor Hochul, and MTA Chair Janno Lieber announcing a plan to improve bus service. They identified 50 corridors for improvements, including 5 rapid transit routes that will save 6 minutes.
Hahn says last month he got 3 violations on the same day for blocking bus lanes, but in each case, the videos captured by the bus cameras themselves show he was legally parked.
If you make the bus at 3 minutes faster and you got to walk 5 minutes more to the bus, your trip takes longer.
Alan Rosen is a former transit bus planner. He wants to see better management of the routes.
Change the routes to fill service gaps. They need to expand service rather than the cuts they're proposing in the redesign.
My commitment is to make buses fast and free. Today, we stand together on how we deliver the fast.
So oddly, all this new stuff is going to cost $800 million, but that's exactly what the city loses every year to people who steal from the bus by riding it for free, which reveals that these communists, they have the math for their free buses, which would be a disaster, but they're wasting so much money they can't even deliver on that. And the reason for that is, you see, the communists, they love big promises like free food and free buses and free apartments, but they love grand visual accomplishments even more, which is why they need to renovate bus stations for just shy of $1 billion, which will give them something shiny to point at, which proves in their minds that they've accomplished something. But this plan's got a bunch of problems. You see, it's going to eliminate the bus stations they decide not to renovate, and it's going to do this while punishing every car on the road with ticketing cameras, just so criminals and thugs can keep stealing from the city, revealing that the thought of using the money generated by our failing public transit networks to fix those failing public transit networks isn't on the table. Which means the mayor, in a way, kept his promise. If you're a criminal, you're gonna get to ride the bus for free. You always have. But if you're the law-abiding, nope. But it gets even worse, because this is happening 2 years after the city rolled out another set of AI cameras to tax you for driving on the road. Oh yes. And now we've got the AI cameras on the buses to give you tickets if you're on the wrong part of the road you just paid to drive on. But that's not all, because while they're eliminating the bus stations they don't plan to renovate, some people's commutes are gonna get longer, because the only way the buses get faster is if they make less stops. Yet this time savings gimmick is meant to justify the spending of almost $1 billion. But that brings us to the real reason, this new bus plan for fast buses, which may be free later at some point when we don't know. This is not a solution. In fact, it's a handout to criminals at all levels, not just the criminals on the bus, but those who've been well connected enough to get to renovate them and fix them up. None of this nonsense. And this showboating addresses the reasons people wanted buses to be free in the first place. First of all, they're dangerous and unreliable. Sometimes you wait forever just to get on a bus that never shows up, and when it does, who's on it? The wrong people who want to commit crime. But this is all an excuse to turn every single bus on the road into a money-generating cash register that roams the streets looking for someone to punish, which isn't gonna speed up traffic. After all, the cameras we already have haven't done that. And the most ironic thing about all this is, if you want to ride the bus today and you want to pay for it, it actually costs more than it did before the mayor got into office.
This is interesting. Ever since Mondami became the mayor, MTA cops have been hammering fare evaders.
Yep.
So this is what's been happening. I mean, I've been seeing this MTA cops are looking for fare evaders, but I thought the buses were supposed to be for free.
Oh, I guess not. I guess they're
I
not.
don't think buses are going to be free anytime soon.
Dude, they got a
I think
ticket
the city
operation.
is trying to make as much money right now on fare evasion.
Right.
So it is what it is.
And they're doing it while blaming all of this on mayors that showed up before. Oh, it's not Mamdani's fault. They're ticketing people.
All right, there we go. We'll stop there. Good report, I think. Cash Jordan on YouTube. If you want to see the rest, check it out. A strange entity was spotted in the background of this 1966 footage of a funeral in Ireland from UFO Mania. Been following them for years here on YouTube. They're OGs. They always find some cool clips, I think. Most of the time. Can't say 100%, but... Whoa. That's a good catch. Shadow being. Shadow creature. Something. Or something else. It's running fast. Then it did the old peekaboo. Says, yeah, never stop, keep going. For sure. I don't know. I don't like the way that looks. Got a little ridge right there. Surprise.
Aliens, creatures, is there any evidence that can shapeshift, look like other humans?
A lot of people report seeing that these UAP can look like an aircraft, sometimes disguise itself like a 747, or the occupants can make themselves look like human beings. I'll tell you, mimicry is something that is common in nature, and it's even common in what we do. There are species, and coral snake is very deadly. The king snake has the same colors, except for color arrangements are in opposite order, and these animals mimic other animals for protections. In the old days, we would string lights in a way that would try at night to make a big, large destroyer appear to be fishing boat. Like deception is part of camouflage. So if there is a species far more advanced than human beings, it's not inconceivable that zookeepers will often wear these panda suits so they don't disrupt the local panda population. Of course, it's entertaining to us to see a bunch of humans walking around in panda suits, but it's effective. So the problem is when we start going down the road of, we say shape-shifting, and we start going into the world of woo and paranormal. And there's nothing wrong with it. Everything by definition in science is paranormal until it becomes normal. I don't really know. Now, cloaking, that's a different story. We do have some information that indicates that these things do have an ability to try to evade some of our sensor, for example, radar, like spoofing or radar jamming occurring. The low observability portion of the 5 observables, it includes things like active camouflage and cloaking and low observability. So it's hard to see. There is information that we have that pertains to that.
There you go. But yeah, good stuff. Hey, look, there's a flying humanoid video. Yeah, they've been around for a long time. UFO Mania. Good stuff. Legendary paranormal supernatural channel. I mean, I think I've been with them since 2012-ish. China's newly revealed untraceable mosquito drones could already be inside U.S. homes, bases, and boardrooms recording for the CCP, is the claim. Says other countries have the same tech and have been using it on its own people and adversaries to blackmail, it says. Have to stop that music. It's always that happy, corporate, upbeat stuff. Sounds the same, kind of, mostly. Chinese army developed new mosquito-sized reconnaissance drones. Fun. If we believe, you believe. I mean, it's not that I'd be surprised. And, Mr. Gates is really into those too. It's like drones, mosquitoes. We'll get into that on Monday more, as always. The terrifying rise of Instagram face. Why millions of women are starting to look the same.
Terrifying story.
Let's turn that down a bit. Whoa, time's flying, man. So we're already, 1 second. Whoa, okay, so we're like an hour and a half in. So I just want to take a moment real quick and say thank you, guys. Got a great crowd already, over 1,000 of you. Awesome, interesting, critically thinking individuals sharing your precious time with me. I really appreciate it. Always. It's always fun to hang out with you all on a Saturday afternoon. Hope you're staying cool out there as heat's getting pretty crazy, I know, all over the place. And thanks again, Tamara. Of course, shout out to my members here. And also thank you for the jewels and animations and all that stuff. Thanks. All right, guys. Really appreciate you being here. Let's check this out. Instagram face. Do you know anyone that has Instagram face? That's the question.
You heard the terrifying story of the Instagram face. This rabbit hole is darker than most people realize. Some people believe our social media overlords can now change billions of human faces by simply tweaking their algorithms.
In 2019, I wrote about Instagram face, the phenomenon in which the most visible faces on Instagram had begun to resemble one another. Their faces were basically contoured by the algorithm, one injection at a time, reconfigured as a consumer guide and a disciplinary manual. Today, things have escalated significantly. Ordinary women can get Instagram face at the strip mall, and the rich and famous are getting facelifts instead.
I got my 3rd facelift, and I thought, new face, new tour.
That demographic, because it's highly overrepresented in our visual culture, it shapes what people think is normal. From 2019 to 2022, there was a 75% increase in patients aged 19 and under getting Botox.
Whoa.
Many young women living in dialogue with what's on their phones have gone from thinking proactive Botox sounds nice and practical to believing that visible aging should be treated like a disease.
Right. Man, that's a good way to put it. Exactly, right? Total Logan's Run I mean, I need to do a Logan's Run video. I'm going to put this out. Really, because it just so matches so much. Not just this, so much more. Logan's Run was from a novel years ago, but then they made it into a movie, I think in the early 70s. And wowzers, man. Check it out. It's a dystopian type movie. Everyone is inserted, at birth they have these like jewels or rubies or something inserted in their palm. And when they turn 30 years old in this society, they have to give up their life, so that the young people can constantly stay in charge. And it's just a constantly, new and fresh, every generation, and they just cut the generations out, so. And Logan is one of the officers, investigators that has to chase after people, if they leave or try to get out of it and stuff like that. And Logan decides to run, basically. But whoa, so many concepts totally line up with these days. It's nuts. There you go. Treating aging as if it were a disease. Says this video is absolutely wild. Oh yeah, a woman in her, check this out. I'll let Myra Moore explain.
I have an interesting video for you. This is actually coming out of New Jersey, specifically near the Robert Wood Johnson Hospital. It was captured by a woman and her Uber driver. They captured what they believe to be a massive mothership, spaceship, directly over them. Take a look at this footage.
That shit scared me too. I was like, what the fuck? And I had to remember it was that building. Yeah, let me think. Holy shit. And yesterday, I watched it. I was a movie, I was Guardian of Galaxy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like aliens, all that kind of stuff. Oh my God. I said, ¿por qué? Why close to New York?
Now, there is something I need to clarify. This was captured around December of 2025. And the lights, it's not reflecting from inside the car. These are not overhead lights and a reflection. There was something out there that they have no explanation to this day regarding. Whatever it was, this thing was massive, and it wasn't a building. It wasn't something easily explainable. Take a look at the footage once again, comment below, let us know what you think.
That shit scared me too. I was like, what the fuck? And I had to remember it was that building. Yeah, let me think. Holy shit. And yesterday, I watched it. I was a movie, I was Guardian of Galaxy. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's, I mean, is it one of the real craft they've created? Is it a hologram? Is it a beam from above? You decide. As always. Why are you looking at me like that? Famous Yellowstone actor Mo Briggs, Plenty, that's his name, whoa, speaks at his city council meeting to oppose proposed data center. So here's one for you Yellowstone fans. I haven't even really ever watched that. I think I watched the first episode years ago. I never really got into any of it. But I hear I'm missing out. I hear like it's just a really amazing show. And the writer of the show is a real cool guy, Tyler Sheridan, I think his name is. I've seen him on the Joe Rogan interview. I've never seen him in an interview. I didn't know what he was really like, but he's a cool dude. I liked him, I think. Independent-minded and just, says what he thinks. It's pretty cool to see. So, yeah, this is from actor Mo Briggs Plenty from Yellowstone, the television program.
Good evening. My name is Mo Briggs Plenty.
Hi.
I'm a citizen. I'm a resident of Miami County. And I'm against data centers because I'm a country guy. I love clean air. And I love water. And I'm going to tell you this. The water that's on this planet right now is the only water that we're ever going to get. In 500 years, it's not some amazing spaceship going to come and renew our water. This is it. It's not a resource. It's the source of life. And the day that this phone can download drinkable water for me, provide breathable air for me, and provide a healthy meal through an app is the day that I will worship this phone. Until that day, I'm going to continue to worship God who created everything on this planet. I always hear people say, God bless America. But I wonder, when are we as the people going to say, okay, we're going to bless you, God, by blessing America and taking care of it and tending to the environment for the sake of the children? Bad respect for all of you. You're all in a tough decision, a tough place. But you ran for that position. So now, don't be like other fools in this country. Do the right thing and fight for the people.
He didn't forget where he came from. I like that.
So that man was a very famous actor on the show Yellowstone, and it sounded like the main concern that they have is over the water. So which data center project is this, and how much water are they going to use? Well, the project is in Ohio. It's called the Piqua Project, and it's a hyperscale data center that would sit on 607 acres. So the big thing is, how much water would this data center use? Up to 2 million gallons per day.
Whoa.
For the full campus.
Nope. No thanks. So we get it, but that's really cool. It's nice to see an actor, who's got, celebrity, right? Well known, making some decent money as far as you'd know, and stepping down a bit, getting back with the people where it matters, and using that celebrity for something good. I love it. Love it. Kyrie Irving warned us about Billy Gates stealing our water, and now it's getting worse, it says. It's from Hustle.
Do you remember when Kyrie Irving took a huge risk and tried to warn us about Bill Gates and his friends taking all our water?
I still think it's weird that, the Gates family or Bill Gates owns a lot of the, land in North Dakota. I think that's weird. He owns the majority of the water in the United States. I think that's weird.
It's kind of crazy how water has suddenly become a much more valuable commodity since he said that. All because data centers are funded by these same billionaires.
In Utah, Kevin O'Leary, also known as Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank, just received an approval for a $100 billion AI data center in the desert. That facility alone will consume more than double the energy the entire state uses in a year. It's likely going to further drain the already shrinking Great Salt Lake, creating toxic dust that harms surrounding communities. There are no federal regulations limiting how much water one data center can use. There are no requirements that they have to use recycled water instead of drinking water.
And that wasn't even the wildest thing Kyrie talked about during that live stream. He also brought up something even stranger.
This whole celebrity idea is eroding. The whole fame idea is eroding. That shit was sold to us, y'all. You got people out here that are human, that are acting every day of their life. They're not even real. They just on NPC every day. They acting. They don't even know. The world is a stage, dog, and it's a lot of terrible actors. It's a lot of terrible actors out here. The world is a stage. There's a lot of terrible actors, dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it, dog. I'm just gonna say it. I tried to tell Spice beforehand I said it, but the whole idea of celebrity, bro, if you're not a real person and you can't stand on your morals and principles out here, move out the way. If you can't stand on any principles and morals out here as a person that's trying to see this world become better, move out the way for the time being.
People are looking back at those comments in a very different light after everything we've seen recently.
I don't exist. So they're all characters that I played, including Jim Carrey, including Joel Barish, including any of those things. They're all characters. Jim Carrey was a less intentional character, right? Because I thought I was just building something that people would like, but it was a character. I played the guy that was free from concern so that people who watched me would be free from concern.
My favorite funny face is the one I'm wearing right now.
Yeah, that was suspect. And then that angle makes him look like he's got a slit right there. It's pretty interesting. Not that he does. I don't remember that. I don't know if anyone covered the eyes on him or what, but interesting, eh? Kyrie, speaking out. Love to see it, but they got to be ready. It says, observe the officer on the right completely and instantaneously disappear a few seconds before Tate's shoe also vanishes. So they're pointing out the AI slop, if you will, here. You see it? The beige pants officer right there behind it just disappeared. So see the guy in the vest on the right? He just goes away if you were missing it. It's highly suspect, I'd say, right? Anyway, yeah, it's welcome to 2026, right? It's crazy out here. Got to really be using our logic, reason, common sense, critical thinking, and our spiritual discernment, Holy Spirit. Aaron Judge speaks on having a relationship with Jesus. This is always good to see, too. Again, using their celebrity and their platform to praise him. The Most High. I love it.
What would you say to someone who thinks that fame and fortune is the answer to all their problems? Or is there something bigger and better that can fill that?
Yeah, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. He's given me this platform, given me this ability. The fame, getting a chance to do this it's great and all, but it's not fulfilling as much as the relationship I have with him. So that's what I would tell anybody is just, build a relationship with him and, that'll solve all your problems.
Beautiful. Great message. Thanks. You did great, man. Aaron Judge, a brother in Christ.
Listen up. Okay. Losing in Ukraine is Putin finally down to his nukes. So we got Putin talking about nukes, a war in the Middle East that doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon, red skies popping up everywhere, earthquakes are popping off in the Ring of Fire, and Trump tells the Post he's left instructions should Iran assassinate him. Said bomb them at levels never seen before. We got the White House releasing UAV footage and nobody cares. Because honestly, there's too much going on these days to even care about this. Nor does a majority of people who can still use their brains even believe this. And they're trying to say this is the enhanced version. I wonder what will happen tomorrow. Listen up.
Indeed. That was just a quick rundown from Itty Bitty over on TikTok. Florida HOA goes nuclear on 28-year-old who inherited home from her dad who passed away in a 55-plus community. The neighbors are getting nasty. Yeah, I've got this, and I think I got a follow-up to it today, too. So check this out. So she's in a HOA, one of those communities. It's HOA run. And as you know, they can be incredibly annoying and very nasty and crazy. I was just watching over the last few days some of these HOA videos from public freakouts over on YouTube. But let's check this out here.
The Oakleaf neighborhood, where 155 homeowners will have to pay a $1,000 special assessment to sue their 28-year-old neighbor. That's Bethany Michelle. She inherited a home after her father passed away, and today we are hearing from some neighbors who agree with getting her out.
It's really not about this young lady. It's about enforcing the age requirements across the board. They have the right to choose to live in an HOA, and they bought into an HOA where it's 55 and above. I mean, yeah, there are some younger folks like me that live in here, and that's fine because I live with somebody that's over 55.
Okay.
And while her dad was alive, there was no problem with the young lady living here. But the rules are the rules, and if we don't enforce the rules for one, we can't enforce the rules for all.
So you're under 55 living with your mom in this neighborhood?
Yes.
So if the same situation were to happen to you,
if my mom was to if something was to happen to my mom and she was to pass away, I would fully be under the understanding that I would not live here. Like, I cannot live here because I'm not 55.
Now, how do you feel about the litigation and the $1,000 you all will have to pay?
No one's excited about the $1,000. No one.
This community is now getting national attention because of this issue, and that's bringing up some mixed feelings. So how are you feeling about all the national attention?
It's been a lot. Like, me as a person, personally, I am not equipped to deal with this. But being that I have been put in a position to potentially become an advocate for caregivers, to become maybe one of the first to figure out what goes on in a situation like this, to potentially even change the laws, because there are people who have reached out to lawmakers on my behalf. It's bittersweet, but it's for a good reason. Whether the outcome is in my favor or not, this needs to be very clear for all homeowners, all 55 plus people with caregivers.
Personally, I think she should move. I think her dad did her the great honor of leaving the house to her. But I mean, this is an over 55 community where they've chosen to be over 55. And I think it's really unfair that one homeowner who doesn't want to follow the rules is saying,
must be rules.
All of you have to pay to sue me to get me out.
Yep. Do it. Do it. So yeah, I've got a follow-up. We'll catch it in a bit. It's somewhere up in here. I promise. Michael and Susan Dell from famous Dell Computers. Do you guys remember the whole controversy that happened? They used to have these commercials many years ago for Dell, and it was the same dude they were using, and he's kind of like a stonery kind of young guy, like 18-year-old, 20, something like that. And he was like doing really good. I mean, those commercials are coming out all the time. He was like the face of the company. And then anyway, then he got busted. Actually, they found out, smoking some weed, I guess, in his spare time. Got caught somehow, got in a little bit of trouble, and then they completely dropped the guy. I'll have to look up sometime one of those whatever happened to the Dell guy. You guys, some of y'all might remember. Anyway, this is the famous family behind that computer or that company, and here they are throwing horns. It says the Luciferian PDF files love to invest in the medical industry. But don't worry, it's probably just because they're in Texas and they're Longhorn fans. Yeah, there was a video that came out long ago about Lady Bird Johnson's funeral, and same thing. Everybody was throwing up horns. It was in Texas, and people were wondering, is it just for the Longhorns, and also whoever started that up with the Longhorns, are they a part of the lodge, the club? And they did that on purpose to normalize the horns. Go. And she's an interesting looking lady. I think I've shown some close-ups, some before and afters. She's definitely had either something done, or some people wonder other things. Could it be a mask? La Parisienne Bakery is a popular place in New York City. This woman just spent $12 for a croissant. All right, check it out. I'll let her report this. This has a lot of views. I'm just saying.
Can't believe this. We're at this croissant, little cafe, and we got this pistachio croissant for $12. And I was like, this is insane for a price. And then I turn around, look at this. The delivery guy just came in. Oh my God, with more. Croissants are from Costco. Costco. Absolutely insane. Insane. Don't come here. I don't recommend.
All right, this is the bakery here. As you can see, it is very popular, almost 9,000 reviews, and it seems like they are selling Costco croissants according to this girl. So let's just go back to the video here, and let's take a look at the delivery guy and see what he actually has. So here he's delivering the croissants. It looks like maybe a Somalian man doing the delivery, and let's just take a look. So here are the croissants. Let's zoom in here, but take a look at this spring mix. Look at this box. So if we go back to the web page and go to Google and we type in Costco organic spring mix, Here is that same box. So we have just confirmed that this is indeed being delivered from Costco.
Bleep blorp. There it is. Busted. Can't be trusted. Too bad, man. Again, it's just everything's a conglomerate or conglomerating, coming together. A handful of corporations running everything. This says that thing has no engine or power motors, no room for the large battery needed if it was electric, no possible way of propulsion. This is AI-generated video. Too bad to hear because it's wild. It's only 13 seconds long, but look at that. If that were real. Seriously. You'd have to ask yourself, how in the crap was that moving? That's what I was wondering. It's cool looking, right? It's cool looking, but I don't know. We're not there yet.
Hi, my name is Soraya. I
Hi.
have and I practice the gift of spiritual and energetic discernment. I don't always see everything, and I am not always right, so please take it with a grain of salt. But with that said, this is what I see when I look at Dolly Parton. I've been sitting here trying to put to words what I see and like trying to understand what it is that I'm seeing here, but I don't understand it, so I'm just going to do my best to describe it. But on her back, she has 6 small black spots that are like about this big around, and they kind of line up vertically like this. So there's 3 on one side and 3 on the other side, and there isn't anything actively happening with those black spots right now, but the image that was brought to mind, or the understanding that I was given, is that there are times when really, really intense shots of energy will shoot into those different points. And it's not always at the same time. Like sometimes it's the top left one, sometimes it's in the middle, sometimes it's 2 at a time. But it's never, not never, it's very rarely all 6 getting shot at the same time. And I was praying and I was just like, okay, God, like, please show me like what's happening here, like why this is happening. What is the purpose of this? And the answer that came back immediately was just like, this is not something for you to know right now. So it's not something for me to learn, at least not at this point, but I don't know, maybe later on down the road, it'll come up again. The phrase that keeps coming to mind for me is a dichotomy of goodness. And I had to look it up because I'm like, I don't think I even know what a dichotomy is. But basically, it's 2 things that are mutually exclusive that should not be able to exist in the same space, but sometimes do. And that's something that's coming up with her, is that there's like this totally separate side of her that is very loving and does a lot of really amazing stuff. Like I just like Dollywood and all of the donations and stuff that she does, and like I know that she's funded a whole bunch of things for like books for children and charities and stuff like that, which is great. But then there's also a completely different and completely separate side of her that I think most people don't see, which kind of makes me sad because I mean I'm not a huge fan of Dolly Parton. I'm not really into the country music scene, but I've always thought that she was a lovely person, and you know, never really looked into her much. Yeah, the image that is being brought to mind with that, specifically with the dichotomy of goodness and darkness thing, is there's like this version of her that's like the bright and happy and loving and friendly and outgoing and super charismatic and like all this stuff that is Dolly Parton. And then there's like this completely, it's like a shadow self or like another side of her that is just enrobed in darkness. And that could be a representation of a lot of different things. Like it could be that maybe she has a lot of trauma that she hasn't really fully processed, or it could be something where maybe she has caused a lot of trauma and hasn't repented for it. I don't know. I feel like there's some weird stuff going on. The next thing that I'm picking up on is that she was split at the age of 4. So there was something that happened to her. There's a lot of things that could have happened, but I'm not going to get into what those things are. But basically there was some large event that happened at the age of 4 that caused her psyche to quite literally split. And I think that has, I think that split has been there for her whole life. I don't think that she's ever fully reconnected those pieces back together. I actually had to go and pause and look this up because I was like, there's something weird with a sister of hers, but I was like, I want to make sure that she actually has a sister before I say anything. Most of the time I don't do that, but in this particular case I wanted to. Apparently she has 11 siblings, so she has 5 sisters, which is absolutely crazy. But there is one sister in particular, let me show you. This sister specifically she has a negative connection with this sister and she is draining her. So there is so much energy that is passing in between that connection between the two of them. She is actually connected to her in 3 different places. One of them is in her heart, one of them is in her liver, the other one is like around her navel area. But she is draining so many things out of this specific sister. I know nothing about this woman. Her name is Frida Estelle, I think. But she is taking so much energy out of her. Now, I don't know if she's still alive. Maybe this is something that was a representation of something that was in the past, or I don't know if it's still going. Kind of looked like it was still going, but sometimes it can be hard to tell. But this woman is being sucked dry. Now, that isn't to say that they don't love each other and that, they don't have a good relationship, because I don't know, they might be really close. I have no idea. But there's a certain aspect of this relationship that is not healthy. Anyway, that's all that I'm going to get into for Dolly Parton. So thank you for watching.
Someone said, can you do Judge Judy? That'd be interesting. Who is she? Maybe she's, they're thinking that she's sucking the energy off the plaintiff and the defendant, the audience, maybe, what's his name? Bert? I guess that's his name. But the bailiff that's been with her for years and years and years. He's always a quiet guy. He does get a lot of laughs, and he's real chill, laid back. Sometimes they get in a little banter. Apocalypse early warning system goes online to track billionaire jets fleeing before disaster. Oh boy.
If the world's wealthiest and best connected people out there knew that a catastrophe was about to hit, their movement, especially on private jets, might reveal something's going down before officials officially tell the public. So that theory has inspired a programmer to build an online apocalypse warning system. This monitors more than 31,000 private and business aircraft, and it looks for signs of unusual exodus. It counts how many flights, which jets are airborne compared to the figures of historical patterns, and it looks for surges that could suggest that something's going down. Now, the programmer here, Kyle McDonald, created the system after questioning just that, whether the movement of the rich could expose that a danger is amongst us when the officials haven't said anything. So this website assigns a global private jet activity and emergency level number between 1 and 5. The highest level triggers when there's a number of aircraft that break through these barriers. They got a couple, I guess, triggers here to make sure that it doesn't constantly set off with false alarms. And I'm sure that he can go in and look at Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and their specific aircraft and have them punched in, Mark Zuckerberg. And if you see all of those start to lift off at the same time, going in a certain direction, like he says, it could signal something's going down. He stresses that this cannot really predict an apocalypse, but it may be the only kind of warning that we get. You got to look for the signs, so to speak. And this would be one of them. So watching the movement, definitely key. We've got plane spotters out there, and we've had Elon Musk get pissed off and kick people off at X that were tracking him, kind of doing the same thing. But when it's public info out there, it's public info. And with this guy collecting the data, it will be interesting to see if anything pops off on the website before something big in real time. You can sign up to get alerts, and I'll leave a link below. And join me for the live shows. Going live.
All right, thanks, sir. W77 to be exact. Let me see where that linky is. There it is. It's Daily Mail. All right, cool, man. Go check that site out if you're interested. Apparently it's a real deal if you want to know. Thanks, Dawn. Thanks for the tulips. Appreciate it. It's very sweet and kind of you, my friend. Jake Perry's cats often live more than 30 years. This is from 10 years ago from the Pet Treehouse YouTube channel. And just thought it was awesome, man. Let's watch some of this. Here's a nice little doom break for us. Love it. Jake Perry's cats often live more than 30 years. From 10 years ago.
I've been in Austin, all going on.
Austin, you got to love it. I got the pleasure to live in Austin for around, I guess it's 3 years overall. And it was quite the experience, man. I've told some stories throughout the years. That was when I first started uploading to YouTube also. So that was 2011. So I was in Austin in 2011. Uploaded my first video to YouTube and started from there. And was also a bounty hunter at the time, most of the time. And then I took a break for a while, and I started working at a coffee shop / music venue called Strange Brew that unfortunately I found out has since closed down. But that really stinks because it was a really cool operation. I enjoyed it. I worked the graveyard shift at this place. So, like I said, I got plenty of stories from Austin. Then I got back into bounty hunting for a while. Then I went to work. I was going to come back to Oklahoma. One of my parents wasn't doing the best at the time, so left bounty hunting. Wasn't making enough money at the time, really. And a friend of mine got me into a job at a Burger King as an assistant manager. And he was a client and this was from a long time ago. It was a long story. But so I got in there, Burger King, worked there for probably, I don't know, 8 months or something, 9 months, maybe a year. That was a pretty wild experience too, because I had to live in someone's room. So I rented out a room in this couple's 2-story house. I was on the bottom floor, they were on the top. He worked for the county doing water readings or something. And she stayed at home all day. But I just really, there was no real anything bad ever happened at all. And they were very nice people. It just felt awkward. It just felt kind of weird. Anyway, I'm rambling. But let's check this out.
40 years now, and been in plumbing all my life. My name is Jake Perry, and I love cats. This is my life with these raptors here. I was raised up on the farm with cats, and a lot of people can't have cats because of allergy. They have to have a dog or a horse or a bird, which I guess that's the reason God made all these critters for your choice, But okay, this is known as Cowboy. His papers is Jean-Claude Van Damme. He's a show cat, a Finks, and he just turned 4 years old April 30th this year. That was quick. Okay. Next, Stephanie, Charlotte, the Mittens, Mungo, Hopsine, Red Dog, Buffy the Vampire, Suzanne Rosanna. I adopted her through the shelter. I adopted a little over 500 cats from that shelter. She was one of the 12 that they was gonna put down because nobody wanted them. I went every day hoping that someone would adopt these beautiful cats.
Kitty.
So that Saturday morning, I climbed the fence. And they was loading them up to go to sleep. So I took them off. And Suzanne now is the last of the 12. Susie likes one more first place, and she will be up with Grandpa, Supreme Grand Champion. At the cat show, it's kind of real simple. They go up in front of the judge, and the judge checks their fur, checks their ears are clean, and claws are clipped, and personality.
Good, he clips them
Then
too. I do too.
the judge makes the decision out of 10 cats, first, second, or third. Then they'll go back for finals. And having a show cat, they gotta be able to take the noise and handling for 2 days. That's what you call stress. And some cats, can take it, some can't.
South Branch Penn Bird Clinic. How can I?
I'll jump ahead a little bit. It's 8 minutes long. I don't want to play the whole thing. YouTube doesn't like that, I've noticed.
Well, picture for Grandpa, so she sent that. And then here, he won the oldest cat picture in Cat Fancy magazine. He got the centerfold this time. He did make the Guinness World Records as his age hit 34, 2 months, and 4 hours. Wow. The oldest cat of the world. He would every year kind of develop a little fluency or pneumonia, and then it'd get worse every year where medication would be immune to him. So anyhow, the last go-round, April 1st, 98 at 3:30 a.m., he went to sleep in my lap. We received $2,100 donation to get him a seal-proof casket, a tomb, and a headstone.
I mean, just think it's pretty, unbelievable how long that he has them living, Yeah. That's all of his cats are pretty old. And like I said, I don't know if you heard what he feeds them.
Every morning, bacon, eggs, broccoli, and coffee. Grandpa had to have that every morning. Well, I got married. I was 18. So we had 3 children, 2 girls and a boy. And about 15 years, well, she locked them in the back room. The baby was almost a month old. Took off with another man, left them in the back room for 7 hours. But I tell you, I had to be a mother and a daddy both, raising them by myself. It was a job, keeping them in school, and it's a job. It was a job. And that's more or less too. I got into kitty cats. Hoppy, Mr. Hoppy.
Yeah, the kids all grew up, moved on, got their lives going, and now he's got his cats. What a guy, huh? Oh, yeah, he shows them movies on movie reels, like actual old movies they'll watch together. It's pretty crazy, man. I've mentioned to you guys before, I still use it sometimes, depending on what Chubbs is up to during the shows, but he can get a little bit intrusive sometimes. But I'll put on a TV, I'll put on YouTube, and I'll just search Cat TV, and they have all these channels that run for hours and hours and hours. A lot of times they just put some, berries and nuts and whatever out there in the yard, and they'll just record everything that comes up, birds, squirrels, whatever it might be. And it's kind of cool, but cats love it, and Chubbs loves it. He'll just really sit there and get transfixed with it, man. He's really into it. Sometimes I go up and pat at the screen a little bit too. Oh yeah, there it is. Moving on from that, 38 years.
At the sudden movement of all of these people deconstructing from Christianity, not believing in the God of the Bible, not believing in Jesus as God, disrespecting our faith. Don't let it get you angry. Don't let it get you mad. Don't let it surprise you. And definitely don't let it weaken your faith. It should strengthen your faith, because the Bible already called this. That's the thing about God. None of this surprise him. And us as his children wouldn't be surprised if we actually read the word and knew the word for ourselves. 2 Peter chapter 3, verses 1 through 7 read this. Dear friends, this is now my second letter to you. I have written both of them as reminders to stimulate you to wholesome thinking. I want you to recall the words spoken in the past by the holy prophets and the command given by our Lord and Savior through your apostles. Above all, you must understand that in the last days, scoffers will come, scoffing and following their own evil desires. They will say, where is this coming he promised? Ever since our ancestors died, everything goes on since it has since the beginning of creation. But they deliberately forget that long ago by God's word, the heavens came into being and the earth was formed out of water and by water. By these waters also, the world of that time was deluged and destroyed. By the same word, the present heavens and earth are reserved for fire, being kept for the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. We in the last days, my brothers and sisters. This was prophesied by the Lord. These people that are scoffing, mocking God, cherry picking verses and taking the Lord out of context and deceiving many, especially with the platforms that are on social media today, this should be of no shock to you. But instead, we need to pray for these people more than ever. We need to be reading the Bible more than ever so that we're not deceived. Half the people that you're seeing in these comments saying things like, oh, I'm a Christian, but I actually agree with that. Or, oh, I'm deconstructing as well. Or, oh, I don't believe in the Lord anymore because of this. These people never read the word for themselves. These people have no substance in their faith because they just believed in Jesus because they were told to. But no, the Lord encourages us to pursue more wisdom in our faith. The Lord encourages questions. And even if a church misrepresents God, God is still God. Even if people that claim to be Christians are flawed, that is why we place our faith in Jesus and not man. So read the Bible for yourself. Know the word.
All right, thanks, sir. Appreciate a few minutes of a little bit of preaching. But I like to see, a lot of times it's the younger generations, man. I just love to see that they're on fire and they've got their gifts and talents, the things I don't have. I'm not good with preaching or street preaching or any of that, but other people got that. West Virginia was struck by severe flash floods, roads flooded, homes and vehicles were underwater in Weston from Storm HQ YouTube channel. So we'll just kind of show you some of this here.
All the way around my house after it went down was covering the porch.
Everyone to avoid unnecessary travel across the city.
Look at that, Dollar General flooded out.
Cars are floating, alarms are going off on all these vehicles. Oh my gosh.
Operations across multiple communities.
Wow. Dangerous. Oh man, look at that. These people got to be careful. Wow. Remember that footage of those snakes that got released in China from the snake farm? Just cruising together? I mean, like, how many? Was it hundreds? 900 or something? Was that right? Or was it 90? Was it 900? There's a bunch. And there was that one footage of the grouping of them just like cruising, man. Their huge heads out of the water, bodies out of the water. Just imagine looking downstream and seeing that coming at you, being these two people. Get flooded out at the Dollar General looking up, honey, what? Take a look. Oh my gosh. You know, and then there was a footage of like the three of them. And they were huge, man. Remember, they were moving fast. Moving fast. Insane. It wouldn't happen out there with cobras, but still. So prayers up for West Virginia. Definitely. Yeah, prayers for those folks out there. Not looking good. Floods and fires. Says oh, this is pretty wild. So Brian Johnson, I believe he's like a tech billionaire, right? Like, isn't he somehow connected to the tech industry? But he's like a tech millionaire or billionaire or something. He's one of these guys who's perpetually trying to find new ways to stay young and to avoid getting old or looking, quote, old. I'm sure you're probably familiar with him. You'll recognize him. But now he's saying he just cloned himself as a newborn. And he says, let me see if he explains it here. Johnson did not create a human clone. It says what he describes applying these factors to reset a cell's epigenetic age. Produces a certain kind of cell, not a copy of a person. It says human cloning is not possible. Jeepers from X. But he says, his claim is, with this new little clone, he could become my own blood boy, test therapies on the clone, grow organs for transplantation, develop new treatments, and inject young cells. This baby Brian lives in a petri dish for now. This may be scary to some people, a dystopian, and this is from his own post. So it says this may be scary to some people, a dystopian future, but for others, they will see it as the inevitable future of health. It's right in line with the AC's plan for humanity too, right? With the old chipperoo. Clinical trials are already using this technology to restore dopamine neurons for Parkinson's, heart health, and eyesight. The process: blood draw, my cells were extracted, Yamanaka factors applied, reset epigenetic age, restoring them to an embryonic-like state. Why? And then there's a whole long list. I don't want to read the whole thing, but I don't know. Is that the baby? Hi. Wearing shades. Cool. This is breaking news. Democrat New Jersey Governor Mike Sherrill revealed Tuesday that a software error registered roughly 6,600 non-citizens to vote between June 2023 and June 2024, even though they told the state's Motor Vehicle Commission that they weren't U.S. citizens. And Elon said they didn't just import votes or voters, they imported the judges too. So there you go. More of that.
People are not scared enough of the ocean, and I'm here to fix that. Welcome back to another episode of Why I Stay on Land, where I give you some self-inflicted thalassophobia right before bed. The more I look into sirens, the less I know. Now, okay, before I get into all that, before the new people, I think there's a marine kingdom out there. I also think that it's demonic. Okay, I feel like sirens always thought they were real, right? Always knew there was something out there. Like, have you ever gone on a cruise? I've told this story multiple times, but for the new people, have you ever gone on a cruise? I have. And then you go out there in like the AMs and you're at the tip of the boat, it's pitch black, and you look out into the water, you realize like you're in a place that is not really your own, and like you low-key shouldn't be there. I had a feeling I'm like, I shouldn't be here right now. I felt watched. I know I sound crazy, okay? For this next part, you're going to need to get your tinfoil hat, grab it in your hand, put it on, secure it. Okay, let's get into it. So, you guys know, maybe you do if you read the Bible or not, in the days of Noah, there were fallen angels that procreated with mortal women, making Nephilim. Now in the book of Enoch, which is an extra biblical text, I read as history, not scripture, it says that God cursed those women to the sea to become sirens, and tell me that doesn't make sense. They use what music to lure who men to the ocean? We know Lucifer was an angel of worship in heaven, and on here he pretty much controls the music industry. Interesting. And the whole frequency conversation is for another video. I have videos on it, but I'll make another one if you guys want to. So it's like, yeah, I know sirens are out there. I know people have been seeing them for centuries. In Connecticut, modern day. At Navy Pier in Chicago, modern day. All throughout the Caribbean. I'm Haitian if you guys don't know that. But here's the thing. Something new that I learned. Apparently this is a normal thing in Caribbean waters, African waters. People having mer children. What is that about? Because to me, I'm like, okay, the women were cursed to the sea to become sirens, but like, how are they multiplying? Are they multiplying? Are there other things that the fallen angels, because while the fallen angels were on earth, according to the book of Enoch, they were mixing DNA, creating half animal, half human creatures. So like, what if there's more in the sea? Because y'all, you got to remember, the freaking ocean has all the things from before the flood. Like nothing in there died. Everything on land drowned, but the sea is the freaking same. So what if there's like other mixed creatures in there? And it's so many stories about like them having mer children in there. It's like human women that have like relations with mermen, and then they have mer children. They have to like make pacts and oaths to be able to see their mer children, or to get out of the spiritual bondage. They have to leave their mer children. And then what happens to the mer children? I don't know. It's 12 a.m. If I don't.
All right, she's fun. Kayla Lorraine over on TikTok. If you're interested.
Well, I have a paranormal creature sighting for you. This was actually captured by a woman named Julia out of Texas. Her son heard unidentified noises coming from outside, and he swore he saw something in the sky. And when they went to investigate, they found something all right. And this thing looks terrifying. Take a look at this video.
What is it?
Oh, I heard some strange all noise over there.
Like in the trees or what?
I'm not too sure.
What'd you hear?
I just heard some screams.
Were the dogs out?
No.
Let me see looking in the trees. What is
Totally
that?
ratchet.
What is that? What is that? What is that? Reggie, what the fuck is that? Hold on.
Watch on the left side of that. It's on the side of the house to the left. Light comes on. And it's crouching down. So I don't know. And we actually played this one last night. It could too easily be somebody, of course, fooling around. Right? It's little brother Kevin. The mothball rabbit hole is going to terrify you. I had it throughout the years at times, during the hot seasons, of course, I've had to use some mothballs here in the house a few times because somehow they'll get in. I mean, you never know. I mean, I keep my windows and doors open when the weather's real cool and nice, so maybe that's one. But either way, they get in, and then they become a real nuisance. I mean, they hatch a lot. Like, there'll be a lot of them. So I had to finally start using those, and they're actually effective. They do work, but they just smell so bad. And the smell gets into everything, like all of your clothes. But I definitely had clothes that they've munched on, for sure, on the cotton in the past. So there you go. But I'll take it. The way where I live is kind of woodsy-ish, I guess you could say. So it comes with the territory.
Okay, hold on a second. I just found a rabbit hole I'd never thought I would have ever fathomed. What happened to mothballs? Do you remember growing up here? I went to a cottage once. We were opening it up for the summer, and they have a million mothballs laying around. And these mothballs deter moths. So why are people not eating mothballs anymore? The moths were eating their clothes because they were made of cotton, linen, wool, right? But now, because everyone's wearing polyester, mothballs aren't as much of a thing anymore. So we went from wearing clothes that have clothing has a frequency. This is silk. Clothing has a frequency. If you're wearing polyester all the time, never mind the fact that we know there's chemicals and forever chemicals and stuff, and we know that the static charge, remember the dogs in pants study? Type in dogs in pants study if you want to go down a crazy rabbit hole. They put frigging dogs in pants, polyester, and they noticed a shocking disruption to their ability to conceive. And the theory was, and for the male dogs, it was their testosterone was going off a cliff because of, they think it's something to do with the static charge. You know, when you grab something out of the dryer, you get shocked. That's usually polyester. I don't think I've had a static charge in years because all my clothes are natural materials now. But then there's also the study about how clothing, wool, linen, and cotton have like the highest frequency, whereas polyester is like a 0 frequency, dude. It is not a vibe. And not to mention, if you watch that documentary about the clothing industry, what is it called? Dark Waters or something? And it's about how the modern fashion industry is the most, like, you think of the agricultural, or you think of like oil usage and cars and transportation being bad for the environment. Wait until you find out what this damn fashion is doing. It's crazy. We got to return back to our natural materials. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and follow for more.
I like it. I like it, sir. Yeah, usually I guess most everything I have is cotton, for the most part. I believe. I guess I'm going to take a look. I'll let you know. Pretty much when it's hot, all I wear is just tank tops all the time. Like all the time. For months it takes out here in Oklahoma. Different colors, you know, all the same kind of style. So I don't get all fancied up when the heat dome's up on top of you. It gets hot today. Yeah, it's tank top time. Tank top time. There you go. Triple T. I'll have to use that. See you guys later. It's Triple T. 911 operator says, what is your emergency? And I guess I looked this up to make sure this wasn't to AI. There's 9 million views on it. Apparently this is a real thing. Like somebody was driving and actually saw this bear up on top of this pole like that.
I know. I'm on Highway 56.
Are you calling about a bear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dang, he's playing the music too loud in the back. But you can hear he's actually on there with a dispatcher. Man. I guess it's not touching any of the wires yet, but it's like... How does that even happen? And then I'll show you. We'll run a little grok check on it and see, just once again, just to make sure. Usually there'll be a note down there. First message is poor thing. So let's see. See if anything changed. But apparently, what I can tell, that's real. It's crazy. Poor thing. Well, there you go. X-Post overlaid with a humorous 9/11 call. Captured on July 20th, 2026, near Gladstone on Highway 56 by Shannon Mullins. The bear appeared distressed and panting after likely climbing the pole when startled by traffic or people. The animal was later fatally electrocuted, unfortunately, while trying to descend before remote wildlife officials could intervene, despite multiple calls and reports. All right, there you go. Sorry, animal. It's too bad. Modern world gets you sometimes like that. Says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but the surge in viral anti-flock vids is, let's see what he says. You decide.
This is going to sound a little crazy, but I think Trump and the Trump administration are the ones pushing these viral videos of people destroying flock cameras. Because I'm not going to lie, all this looks super badass.
But before we start celebrating, I think we have to ask a much bigger question. Why is all of this anti-flock coverage suddenly exploding right now? Is this movement actually organic, or could it have been hijacked by more nefarious dark forces behind the scenes? Take Denver, Colorado. When Denver decided to part ways with Flock after a massive public outcry, they didn't turn off the surveillance state. Instead, what they did was turn around and hand millions of dollars in new contracts to defense tech giant Axon Enterprise, the multi-billion-dollar monopoly behind tasers, police body cams, and highly integrated AI crime centers. And if we follow the money, things get even more interesting. Axon has spent years aggressively expanding its lobby. On top of that, prominent political figures, including President Trump, have personally invested millions of dollars into Axon, betting big on the continued future build-out of privatized law enforcement infrastructure. So you have to wonder, is all of this viral backlash against Flock simply clearing the way for an even bigger, more nefarious, more well-connected defense tech monopoly to take over America's mass surveillance ambitions? I'm just asking the question.
It's a good question, sir. His name's James Lee. James Lee. Over on X. If you're interested to hear more, this says Taylor Swift ties to pure evil.
I did a little bit of digging before I started speaking on this topic, and I feel like the things that I found on this rabbit hole are definitely worth noting. This isn't just another Hollywood conspiracy theory that doesn't make sense. No, I've got some pretty deep receipts. So we're all well aware at this point that Taylor Swift just got married. Just looking at these wedding photos alone, you see a lot of famous and powerful people. Pretty sure that's Tom Cruise sitting right over here. And I'm looking and I'm like, who is that officiating the wedding? Oh, it's Adam Sandler. But wait, no big deal, right?
That you two have made giving back a key part of your life. So, hey, when you have the firstborn, can I have it? Because that is going to be one special baby.
Well, Dolly, I must admit, you look real fucking gangster right here. But if you didn't know this already, Dolly Parton basically is addressing Taylor Swift and her husband, thanking them for giving her foundation a $2 million donation. Now, a lot of Dolly Parton fans are saying, oh, this is just a hand gesture. People saying they want their firstborn child is normal. It's Southern. Let me change your mind really quick. Watch this.
Cheers. Cheers. Right? To the goddess sound. Oh, Lordy.
Jennifer Aniston, is that you, girl? If you didn't catch it, Dolly said, to the god Azel. Well, if you don't know who Azel is, he's a fallen angel associated with forbidden knowledge, sacrifices. We have Taylor Swift and her husband, Dolly Parton and Jennifer Aniston, Adam Sandler at Taylor Swift's wedding, Dolly Parton asking for their firstborn child, throwing up gang signs, calling upon the god Azel with Jennifer Aniston. I think something else that's really important to note here is Taylor Swift's wedding was during the Mercury retrograde, which is a perfect time for frequency swapping and mass illusion.
And having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all an Aniston thing. She's like, George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but
Oh my God! What did you put in his after lunch coffee?
Oh, and by the way, at Taylor Swift's wedding, non-celebrity people outside the venue were picking up the celebrity's trash and selling it. Sorry, that just really puts the cherry on top of the demonic cake.
Indeed. And Lego Man had mentioned, all right, cool. I think that's him. Bob can count.
A lot of people think.
All right, good. Cool. Thanks, sir. This video surfaced online a couple of years ago, allegedly filmed by tomb robbers in Egypt to impress a potential buyer. So let's check this out. much all that stuff's worth. It'd be so cool to just be able to see it. The artistry, you know? I can appreciate that. Definitely the artistry of it all. And from so long ago. No advanced, well, let's say no advanced tools, but they were talking about Egypt. So maybe. It's quite the capture. Have you guys seen the new Mummy movie? It's on HBO now. The Mummy. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. It's really graphic, so I'd be careful. But whoa, cool stuff, man. How great would that be to be able to actually touch the art, see the art, taking you back so long ago to the people who created those things. Grocery stores are starting to deploy a new system called Safer Guard. Oh, yeah, we saw some of this earlier, didn't we? Yeah, let's check this out. It's a different report.
Grocery stores are now scanning your face at the door, checking it against the watch list before you've done a single thing wrong. It's a system called Safer Guard, and it's already running in grocery outlet stores across the Bay Area. The Electronic Frontier Foundation calls it what it is, a dragnet that scans everyone. How it works is a camera captures your face when you enter the store. It then turns your photo into a biometric map and checks it against a private watch list for people designated subjects of interest. People are placed on the watch list based on incident reports and photos submitted directly by retail store staff. If you're on it, an alert fires the moment you walk in, and for serious incidents like violence or high-dollar theft, that flag follows you to other participating stores in the area. SaferGuard says the scan is deleted in 1 second if a match isn't found, but their own privacy policy says their image and the store's footage sit for 30 days.
This technology is real, and it is absolutely being used right now in San Francisco, and it works exactly how it's described.
No thanks. But it's crazy, right? But we really know what we're seeing. Just the encroaching system. It's coming in. No fear when you're in Christ. Y'all already know that. Okay, I'm actually going to save this somewhere else. Is your hometown being watched? Chilling map shows surveillance. Let's check this out.
Is your hometown being watched? Are you being tracked? Your every move, going to the store and back, going down to a neighbor's house and back? Things like that are getting people labeled as suspects in crimes. And this is all leading back to this big system here that's overseen by Palantir in the end. But it's a huge system here of ALPRs, or automated license plate readers, largely being controlled by Flock. And we've talked about this many times, but there's more than just Flock here at play. Flock on the front seems to be catching all the flack, but there are a bunch of companies here tied in doing the same thing. We have companies stepping up trying to replace Flock when Flock goes down with the same exact stuff. Camera set up to track your every move. And then we've got others that are going a step further and trying to incorporate it into the lights. So when you pull up to an intersection, it will automatically be built into the light itself. They're going to make it harder for individuals out there to dismantle.
Definitely. We see it, sir. Thanks for the report. That's Dabu77, ladies and gentlemen, for your consideration. HOA votes to remove. Oh, here we go.
This is our time.
Here's my follow-up to the young lady, 28-year-old lady, lived HOA because her father was with her father, taking care of him. He passed. They all wanted to kick her butt out, and they all put in $1,000 apiece, apparently, to hire a lawyer to do that.
Top story trending on news4jax.com tonight. A homeowners association did approve a vote for a hefty fee to help pay for the legal fees to remove a local influencer from a home she inherited. The 28-year-old took ownership of that house after her father passed away.
She was his caretaker in a 55 and older community. News4Jax reporter Ariel Schiller spoke with a woman and her neighbors about what happened and what comes next.
A legal battle between a Jacksonville influencer and her HOA is going to continue. The HOA here at Arbor Mill just approved a $155,000 assessment fee to pay for legal fees. And
oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry. We did see that. Sorry. I just realized that AI agent went rogue. Went rogue and hacked startup by itself, OpenAI reveals. And I think I have a video of someone explaining about this. But the company behind ChatGPT says agent cheated an evaluation by attacking a Hugging Face database. So we'll move on because there's somebody who kind of puts this into a clip and explains it. And I like that. Hey, it's 2026. The House has passed a bill banning members of Congress and their spouses from trading individual stocks in a 232-198 vote. That's so awesome. That is good. Could have happened a long time ago, but that's Pelosi got around that. She became quite wealthy with the stocks. Meanwhile, in America, it says, look at these apocalyptic zombie gates. Yeah, this is a weird one. What do you guys think these are? It says, look at these apocalyptic zombie gates to keep them out. It says, also, look, America's skies are also solid white. But let's check this out. Zombie gates have been appearing in several different countries. Are they appearing for apocalypse event? I'll play it a few times.
This is one of the craziest things. You know, you come down here to Louisiana, and you get to see the zombie gates, as I like to call them. That's right. During the zombie apocalypse, you want them on one side, and these gates closed, and you on the other. Look at that wall. How cool is that?
It does look like something out of a movie.
Gates. Yeah, that's right. This is one of the Louisiana. You get to see the zombie gates, as I like to call them. That's right. During the zombie apocalypse, you want them on one side, and these gates closed, and you on the other. Look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. I don't know. There might be a reason for it that y'all know, and if you do, please let us know. Or live chat or comments later. It says, I'm seeing more of this and being offered these kind of lead services. We turn them down for the exact same reason. Okay, this is interesting. Because all kinds of industries are being affected by everything that's happening right now. We see they're like straight up, and it's being effective, quote, dumbing down a lot of the young people these days. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And it's just a lot going on. There's a different kind of breed out there right now as far as what's in the young working force. So check out what he says.
So this here is a fake company that I found while looking for my company.
It's a little
the
different
internet
what I
to see
thought.
where I popped up. This company popped up first, and as you see, they're located in Brenham here, not too far from where I live, and just random, like I said, stock photos that you can get anywhere.
Howard's Plumbing.
Then we go look at their website. Okay, yeah, licensed, bonded, insured. Welcome to the best in Brenham plumbing services. Quality services for Brenham. Yada, yada. Then you get to see here where they do all their services, probably written by AI, because, again, it's just generic stuff. You look at the bottom, no luck with something or other with their water heater, but then at the bottom it says they repaired their garbage disposal. Just mention the company name. They'll say, I called a local plumber here and down here.
Long story short, this is all AI stuff. He found they have bots, and they just kind of create these profiles. But then when you go to the actual address, there's nothing out there. And, yeah, it's all kind of a sham. But they're trying to get your information. It's one of the ways they can capture people's data and all that. So you got to be careful, even following, that kind of rabbit trail and trying to call one of these companies or something, get you, I guess, started. So sleep paralysis entity actually captured on thermal imaging camera. If this is real, it's pretty crazy because I've had my experiences. Some of y'all have too. And even when it happened to me, this is a few years ago now, and I started praying out loud at night against it. Then I pray in my mind and everything else. But I pictured that old painting. There's a famous old painting of a little goblin demon creature sitting on a lady's chest as she's sleeping. And there's more than one of those. So it was a common theme long ago. And that's what this thing looks like. That's it, apparently. orb. Yeah.
They aren't human, and they watching your every move. He thinks he's alone, but the shadows are watching his every move. A dark entity walks through the inferno. Fire can't burn what isn't human.
That's pretty crazy.
Something moves with impossible speed in the darkness. Look closer. That wasn't a human. Knit an animal. Knit to shadow. Something else is watching from the dark.
Oh, look at this thing.
A black creature passed by quickly. It was strange.
It's like a black, misty,
didn't resemble any animal.
You know, humanoid.
Some viewers also
right?
noticed a dark
Oh, is
shadow
that right?
moving moments before the creature.
Yeah, there's something out there too. Yeah, good and slow. Look at this thing. Darn it. They just cut it off, eh? Let's go here.
Moving moments before the creature appears.
Moments before the creature appears. It's hard to get a good shot of it now, but doesn't it look like kind of a black, misty-ish, you know, could be like a shadow creature, demon, whatever you want to call it. Something to consider. Charlie Kirk's longtime cameraman goes rogue, and these claims about Erica Kirk are wild. Been waiting on some of this kind of whistleblower activity, too. Haven't seen a whole lot coming out. Let's check this out.
Charlie Kirk's longtime cameraman just went rogue and made some insane claims about Erica Kirk.
Nobody knew who Erica Kirk was before, unless you were kind of vaguely associated with Turning Point. Yeah. And now everyone in the world has heard her name. Yeah. To say that she wants the truth on this, I think is hilarious, because we all know she doesn't, because the truth would expose who she really is. Yeah. And I know parts of that I haven't made public yet. I will be at some point. But again, like, there's a lot that people don't know. There's a reason that they're working to keep it private, and it exposes a greater evil. I think that many are either afraid to call out publicly, or they're just unaware of. In both cases, enough is enough, and it's time to start. It's time to start shouting from the rooftops for my fellow Christians, because I don't want us all to suffer at the hands of these demons anymore. Yeah. It's kind of insane.
Well, and her mom's connected to Brad Parscale, and
it's one big happy family, yeah. and they tell you who they are when they say things. They just use double speak. I think when Erica said it's one big Turning Point family, I think she's implying to the federal government connections that helped her become the CEO of the largest pro America anti-deep state group that is now propping up the establishment.
Now, you can say he's just mad at his former employer, but you can't deny that even before Charlie Kirk was buried, a PR campaign had started to replace him with Erica Kirk. I mean, how else can you explain any of these strange things?
At the staff meeting because Charlie had to fly back to Palm Beach with the president, and it's crazy to look back and you just kind of see the Lord kind of knitting his own beautiful image that sometimes we just don't always see. But we're blessed to be here for the second staff meeting at Amfest with you.
Okay, so this video shows Erica Kirk standing on a coffee table on a pedestal. She's prepping for her first time leading Amfest. And shockingly, Mikey takes this moment not to reminisce about Charlie's legacy, but to insinuate instead that Charlie being assassinated was all part of God's plan to usher in the coming of Erica Kirk, and everyone in the room is just all smiles.
All right, let's stop there. But yeah, well, that's Stewing Stu Peters, who I found to be a bit troublesome as time went on, personally. I used to feature some of his videos. This is probably years ago, I guess now. It's been that long. On my Monday shows. I really liked a lot of his guests. The subject matter oftentimes was anti the poison, which was the whole reason I started that Monday show years ago. So I liked all of that, but then he just really went off the rails on some other things, so I'm not down. This says, this is one of the most intriguing videos that would show a non-human entity. The story is as follows. Yeah, it's all in Spanish, I believe, so I'll read this part before you watch this. In the year 2014, a family from Ecuador claimed to have accidentally recorded one of the most intriguing paranormal videos on the internet. According to the account, the boy picked up the cell phone and started filming his father, who was sitting in front of the computer. First, when he brought the camera close to the tattoo on his father's back, then turned the device to film his own face, and shortly after, pointed back at the man. It was only when the family watched the video later that they noticed something terrifying. Next to the father, for just a few moments, appeared an extremely thin humanoid figure with a dark appearance, elongated head and large eyes, seemingly watching the man before vanishing. According to family members, no one had seen that figure during the recording. The father even stated that they had previously heard strange noises in the house, but had never seen anything like this. So with all that in mind...
Con un teléfono celular una extraña imagen. Veamos de qué se trata en el siguiente reporte. Fue en este cuarto donde la extraña imagen hizo su aparición. Difícilmente se la puede describir. El susto fue grande en esta casa.
Francamente me asusté porque, digo, nunca se ha visto eso en la casa y ¿por qué? Y yo le decía que era alguno que él había grabado. No, me dice, después de lo que el bebé grabó, dice, asomó eso. No, le digo, sí, me dice, después de que él grabó, bueno, pues ahí miramos y la verdad es que se ve un hombre como que no es de nuestra época, de otra parte.
El hijo de Tito Cotapo tomó un celular y empezó a grabar lo que hacía su padre. Primero, su tatuaje en la espalda. Luego el pequeño captó su rostro, giró el teléfono y lo dejó. Al final del registro aparece una rara criatura. No se dieron cuenta de nada. Todo lo descubrieron cuando revisaron la grabación.
Cuando ella papi, ya ver el video, entonces comencé a revisar para verlo y al final salió eso.
¿Qué sintió cuando vio eso?
Se pusieron los vellos como clavos. Es que es algo que no es normal todo, no es algo que él estaba grabando en su padre, lo que él tiene, el tatuaje ahí, corrió todo, digo, no es algo normal en la casa.
Does look like reptile, doesn't it?
Porque nunca se ha visto nada.
Para esta familia los ruidos en la vivienda no son ajenos. A eso ya están acostumbrados.
Aquí ahora medio... Puede ser como antes... Yo creo...
Las calles 44.
Es que es algo...
Empezó a grabar lo que hacía su padre. Su tatuaje en la espalda. Luego el pequeño captó su rostro, giró el teléfono y lo dejó. Al final del registro aparece una rara criatura. No se dieron cuenta de nada. Todo lo descubrieron cuando revisaron.
Man, that thing looks menacing too, doesn't it? Like it's hardcore focusing on the back of the dad's head, looks like. Wonder if that's, you know, a demon of maybe lust or something. Maybe dad looks at things on that computer he's not supposed to. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that's what it is, but that's where my mind goes. Look how, like, that looks
Todo lo descubrieron cuando...
very focused. Extremely focused. For whatever reason. OpenAI says that ChatGPT model went rogue. Here we go. Hacked tech startups. So here's a little bit of a report.
It was an attack unlike any that came before it, the breach company claims. Hugging Face, which hosts an artificial intelligence cybersecurity testing ground, said it was hacked, and it was driven by an autonomous AI agent system. On Tuesday, ChatGPT maker OpenAI issued a statement saying its agents were responsible and that the incident was driven by ChatGPT 5.6 Sol and an even more capable pre-release model. While operating in a sandboxed, meaning isolated testing environment, the AI determined how to access the internet. The AI's inferred Hugging Face has data and solutions to beat the cybersecurity test and then found ways to gain access to Hugging Face's information.
I don't think this represents, the AI itself becoming a problem. It was trying to solve a benchmark. It just did it in a way that shows you how capable it is.
The University of Toronto's Sean Mullen says the incident is likely a function of programming, not sinister design. OpenAI says it's investigating with Hugging Face and sharing its findings. Mullen points out the ChatGPT model used isn't available to the public, and when rival AI maker Anthropic announced its Mythos model was too capable to publicly release, it created Project Glasswing to develop defenses with companies like Google and Apple. Mullen says it shows the companies trying to be responsible, but he says threats lie with less trustworthy actors.
Open source models represent a challenge because they're just released into the wild and anyone can use them.
Hugging Face used an open source AI to detect the hack.
They're not quite as good as, Fable, Mythos, ChatGPT 5.6, but they're better than those models were 6 months ago.
With governments lagging behind on AI regulation, responsibility seems to fall on the companies making it.
Right. So they still think they can control it. It seems like for now, but
have you noticed something
this is
weird
cool
with our skies lately?
Yeah.
Well, take a look at this video captured by a woman named Jazarine out of Santa Cruz, California. She captured this on July 22nd of 2026. The sky looks absolutely weird. It doesn't look real. Take a look at this video.
Yeah, look at that. Like a comic book.
And just to clarify, this is not an AI video. This was the real skies over Santa Cruz Beach. Now, scientifically, these clouds are called cirrostratus clouds. But again, this is so weird. Imagine seeing this in real life. And then the sun. Should we be questioning this, or is it just a natural phenomenon? Take a look at the video again, comment below, let us know what you think.
Okay. I'd like to have that picture in my house. That'd be kind of cool. Unless those are Dementors. I don't think so. Would that be a cool, huge picture to have hanging on a wall, I think? I think it would be. How do we get out of here? All right, there we go. Good report, lady. Myra Moore, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, we're going to play some of this. This is an interesting one. Shocking end-time dream of president and aliens. It's 15 minutes long, but we'll just play a few minutes as we do until he gets into it. All right.
Came to a stop, we were still sideways, okay? Or, diagonal. And so all of a sudden I saw all these men with machine guns running.
Oh, by the way, real quick, gotta give you guys a shout out. It's 3 hours in. Thanks again. Still over 1,000 awesome, cool, interesting, handsome, beautiful, critically thinking individuals. I appreciate y'all hanging out, really, though. And just appreciate your precious time, man. Thanks. It's always good hanging out on a Friday afternoon with you all. Thanks again, Tamara, for all you do. And let's continue, man. There's still plenty to go.
I saw men who were there to assassinate the president. They were trying to get to him, to assassinate him. And then I saw men who were there to protect the president. And so there was this mass scramble going on. And there was a room, and I knew that the president was in that room. And I remember those men getting in position to defend that room. And one of them ran through, and he saw me, and he turned and he looked at me, then he turned back and started back running. And so they were defending this room, and there was gunfire going back and forth. And this dream ended. Again, I do not think that the current president will make his full term based on the things that I am seeing. I do not think he will make his full term. Likewise, I think that Obama will come back into power. And I know what you're going to say. He's already served twice. He can't serve a third time. But they make up their own rules anyway. And they are going to change this rule where a man can only serve 2 terms. They're going to change it and allow him to come in and serve again. I do believe that this man, Obama, is the Antichrist. I have seen him twice, and I believe that that is who he is. I believe that he is the Antichrist, and I believe that he will return. Second dream. God showed me I was at home. Didn't look like my home, but in the dream it was my home. And I woke up in the middle of the night, and I had this funny feeling that somebody else was present. I did not see anyone else in my house, but I decided to go outside and get in my car. And when I got in my car and I started to drive, there was an alien that jumped out in front of me. I hit him. And as I hit him and I swerved the car, another alien jumped out in front of me. And I almost hit him. And I kept driving. I was trying to get out of the lot that I was in. I ended up in this parking lot. And I was of this shopping center. I was in the parking lot of a shopping center. And so I was trying to get out of this lot when a third alien jumped in front of me. And I hit him. Well, we know that when we think about aliens and we think of...
I'll go move on. I think you kind of know where he's going with that, but I mainly wanted to share the Obama part. I thought that was interesting. I've been tracking some of that many years myself. This is a really good one, too. Ex-Satanists described hell in one sentence. Somebody had a little visitation, they believe, changed their life.
Please write this down. I think it's very important to understand something about the way the enemy operates. Look, the enemy has no power or authority that isn't handed to him, okay? He is not stronger than God by any means. It's not even close. We already won. However, he's not stupid either. He's been watching humanity for decades and decades, millenniums, thousands of years. He understands how to find our weaknesses, how to play on our ego. There's a reason why we cannot do this without the help of the Holy Spirit. And if you're taking notes, please write this phrase down. Empty, I put it in all caps because I like this, it stands out. Empty is the enemy. Empty is the enemy. If we could pull up Matthew 12:43 through 45. Okay, this is Jesus talking about deliverance, right? He says, when an impure spirit comes out of a person, it goes through arid places, seeking rest, and it does not find it. Then it says, I will return to the house I left. Catch this. When it arrives, it finds a house unoccupied, swept clean, put in order. Next verse. Then it goes and takes with it 7 other spirits, more wicked than itself. And they go in and live there. And the final condition of that person is worse than the first. That's how it will be with this wicked generation. Now, that's an intense story, but the reason why I'm saying that, Jesus is pointing out to you that if you do the work to fight a battle, but you leave the house empty, you're going to end up worse than where you started. Empty is the enemy. See, the devil loves empty. If you got empty time, if you've got a slot for purpose that's empty, if you're not serving, if you're not loving, if you're being very selfish and you're consuming more than you're giving, he's psyched about it. He's like, okay, cool. They've got a lot of empty in their life. And when are the moments that you're going to be the most tempted? When are you going to send a text that you haven't sent in months? When are you going to open a browser? When are you going to pick up a substance? In the empty. The empty is his favorite territory because hell itself is literally described as a lack of God's presence. It's the furthest from God. I had a crazy situation, an opportunity where I did a podcast with an ex-Satanist, and he was telling me about the Lord actually saved his life and brought him to Jesus. And he was telling me that one of the pivotal moments was he was preparing. He had bought all of the things and prepared to do a ritual that night. And if any of you have been delivered out of the occult, you understand that there is a process to access the demonic. And he was setting up that process, and he had a vision, and he felt like it was light. It wasn't from darkness. It was showing him what hell would actually feel like if he went through with this deal. He saw a vision, getting everything he ever wanted, and then he saw what happens after that. And he said the most pivotal part of that vision was not the pain or the torment. I felt for the first time a complete absence of the presence of God. And I didn't realize that even in my satanic lifestyle, God was still near me. He was still present, because in this earth, until the day we're called home, he is everywhere. He is amongst us. He is with you. You may take 10,000 steps in the wrong direction, but you don't have to run those 10,000 steps to get back to Jesus. If you turn around, he's never left your side. And he said that he realized that hell is the absence of God's presence. He called a friend of his who was further into the occult. And he was like, this is what just happened to me. This blew my mind. It gave me chills when he said this. His friend, who is also a Satanist, deeper in the occult, he was like, oh, we got work to do. You just experienced an angelic attack. He literally said that was God trying to get a hold of you. We got work to do. He was like double down. Like, that was an angelic attack. We got work to do. But thankfully, he made the decisions to start moving towards Jesus and having that relationship with God. But the reason why I tell you that story is because so many of us have empty. And the devil not only loves it because he can operate there, but it also reminds him of the way that he is living, the way that he is feeling, which is a lack of God's presence. He wants you as image bearers. He wants me as an image bearer to suffer. He wants to take us down with him. He knows how this ends. There's nothing that he can do to stop it. So he wants to take every image bearer in this room and make you miserable, depressed, anxious, bound. He wants you to feel the lack of God's presence. If you look at any sin, if you look at any type of torment or any type of struggle, it's all opposite of God's presence. And he wants you to feel that and be in that.
Man, who is this guy, right? Who is this young man? Dude's on fire. From Fearless YouTube channel. Yeah, that guy was great. Love it. What can I say? Hey, here's a creepy clip from our friend Disclosed Screen, the Grim Reaper. Fishermen pull out small humanoid figure with a net at a lake in Serbia. I think this is a classic. Let's see. Yeah, it was 2014. It's over a decade. I'd say it's kind of a classic. I've seen this one float around sometimes. Hard to find, though. So I'm glad Disclosed Screen's sharing it. Look at that cute little thing. Its eyes open, like in the movies. Tilts its head. Reaches up and scratches the skin real quick. Looks like it's got tentacles on it for fingers. Look at that. Doesn't it? It looks like long tentacles or something. Eyes open. Head tilts. It's a good capture. Had a pretty good shot of it right there. Looks like it got tangled up. Oh, never mind. The tentacles were the sticks all around it. But that looks like, yeah, there you go. Small body, big head, big eyes. We've heard that description before. Wonder what it is.
I know people want to hear my testimony, so
I'll play just a bit of this because this young lady became really popular on social media for doing tarot readings. She's into witchcraft and all that stuff. But she recently changed everything, put a message out. I showed you guys the message when she put it out. a few weeks ago, telling everybody she's changing her content and all that, and she gave her life to Jesus. And then now she's explaining. We'll just jump around here a few minutes. She's explaining kind of the what happened.
Here we go. I'm sorry for any noise. It's very warm here, so we're trying to ventilate. It's a little bit hot today. So I started my walk with God about nearly a year ago. It was around August or September of last year. And I will be frank, the reason that journey began was because God came into my life when I was going through what can only be described as a very, very bad time. I had just left my partner at the time of nearly 8 years. I was going through a huge identity crisis. I didn't know which way was up, and I was severely depressed. And this is going to be completely candid. I was also on the brink of not wanting to be here anymore. Not as a result of that separation, but as a result of me now separating at that point from who I thought I was and what I thought I meant to other people and what I thought my life was meant to be. And I just felt like there was nothing left for me. I really was just at a point of almost just no return. And then, what do you know? God reaches into my life and he introduces himself by just something very subtle. It wasn't any miraculous sign, and it was miraculous, but it was just me seeing the Bible. And for some reason, I ordered a Bible. I ordered a Bible, the King James Version, which, let me tell you, was quite hard of a version to begin with, but I ordered a Bible. And that's how it started. So when I first came to God, I was curious. I was hungry for meaning. I was curious, but I was still going through a few months of trying to work out my identity, who I was, reconciliation with my ex-partner at the time, and it was a very, very complicated time between then and about November.
All right, I'll jump ahead just a few minutes because this runs maybe 10 minutes or so, I think.
When my conviction for tarot hit. Now, I really want to make this important because it's something that he reminded me of. This entire journey that I've been on has not just been about tarot. Like, I know that that's what the internet knows me for, and now the world knows me for, but my journey with God is so much bigger. It is so much bigger than even I could comprehend. So it goes beyond tarot, but I understand why it's the main focus that people are curious about. And when that conviction hit, I was terrified because I'm going, well, that's my livelihood. And at that point, because it's definitely to clear up something, I still believed in tarot. I knew the power of tarot. I knew that the cards had their meaning, but I at that time didn't understand now that what I'm learning after a few weeks now of having left the craft, what energies actually lay around that. I was very naive. I was very spiritually naive. I was very into the New Age. I still loved it. I still loved walking with God, but I still loved tarot and I adored it. And I could read it and I knew what I was doing and I loved it. But my insight and my understanding spiritually, I guess, was limited in the eyes of God. And it was between the end of May and kind of a week before I posted that video, I just started having major panic attacks. My mental health took a dip and I freaked out basically, because between the end of May and that week before, I ignored that conviction. I pushed it away. And that's why a lot of people said, like, why did you keep working? Because I ignored the conviction. I pushed it away. I still did readings because I knew what I was doing. They were sincere. I loved the work that I was doing. But then a week before, it hit me again. And this time it was not a gentle push. God really revealed to me what I was walking into. And let's just say it was not peaches and cream. He really revealed to me the truth that you are walking the path of spiritual death. And he unveiled to me a very striking truth. I'm not going to go into that. A lot of people will understand what I'm talking about there. And that's why it all happened so quickly and so suddenly. I didn't have that much time to prepare, but when that video got posted, I knew that I had to be ready for what came next. And this is why we are told to not ignore conviction, because at first it will be gentle, but then if you keep on perpetually ignoring it, you're going to get a little bit of a slap in the face, and it's not going to be nice. At least that's what happened with me. So then posting the video and all the backlash and all the conversation, and just to ask the question, has it hurt me? No. Has it shocked me? Partly. Am I totally surprised about the backlash? Somewhat. It has been very educational for me to see such a reaction, because I don't know all the history between the occult and Christianity. I always came doing the work that I did just sincerely, just honestly, just a small town girl doing her thing, and lived in my bubble. And a lot of people close to me did say that I had been very naive, and the truth is I was, because I loved the work that I did. It have a little bit of a stern talking to. We all know that when we've had to sit down with a parent and get a bit of a talk.
All right, I'll stop there. I think that's pretty much it. We'll play a little.
Like, to get a bit of a telling off. That's kind of how it happened for me.
All right, just kind of want to get to her point, but man, love it. Isn't that great? So welcome, sister in Christ. Nice to know you. I'll see you upstairs.
I just had a witch stop me that tried to give me advice after saying that I was pretty. And she was like, I have a message for you. I said, oh, well, love, what's going on? And she was like, have you ever done any readings? I said, no, I don't do that. And she tried to cut me off, and she was like, no, like, you're pretty. You just have something about you. Like, you need to know. I was like, I said, actually, I do have a message for you. And she immediately was feeling the energy. She knew. She felt the presence of the Lord. She was like, no, basically get away from me. She went from having a completely sweet, inviting voice to completely hostile, like in a millisecond. Once she felt where I was coming from, when she felt the presence of God and conviction, she was like, oh no, get that away from me. And I stood there like, no, devil, I'm not afraid of you. And she got on her phone and she was like, have a good day. I kid you not. She immediately went from hi to get away from me. I'm not kidding. She was immediately upset. I was like, you know what? Honestly, I will have a good day. But you know what I'm going to tell you? That the Lord wants you to come out of this, because it's going to lead you down the road of destruction. And she was looking away from me on her phone. She was like, I'm good. I already go to church. I never said I didn't believe in God. And I was like, that's fine. But I was just trying to tell you that this will lead you down the road of destruction. And the Lord loves you a lot. He wants you to come out of this, honestly. And that's the message I have for you. She was like, have a good day. I said, wow. I was like, okay, I will. I said, but just remember what I told you. I was like, okay, bye. Just remember.
All right. Thanks, lady. Have you ever had somebody out in public just randomly try to reach out and touch you? Is the question. A second red heifer, we saw that story earlier, was born in Golan. God is pressing us toward building the temple is the message, they believe.
I was casually shopping, and this guy kept going to the same aisles as I was.
This is creepy.
I wasn't sure if it was by
Ladies, tell us in the comments, or of course later in the messages, if you've ever had these kind of experiences. I think I have a few of these, of women being followed in
and
public.
this guy kept going to the same aisles as I was. I wasn't sure if it was by coincidence, so I went to the feminine care aisle, and he followed me there too. At this point, I was creeped out, so I opened the InvisiWare app and video chatted an ADT agent. The app forwards them my live location, and they have the ability to contact authorities if anything happens.
I don't know, that could totally be an ad, but there's some other ones. And sometimes the ladies are in the wrong, especially in the gym. There's a whole thing happening in gym culture now where there's all these videos, you've seen them, where there'll be a lady in the gym usually wearing really revealing type clothing, but she's got her camera set up and she's doing it for her, Instagram or TikTok or whatever. And, any dude that happens to look her way or walk over to try to help her if she needs help with something, suddenly she posts the video and it's like, this creep attacked me in the gym. Look at him. He's a wolf. You get it. They have a lot of that stuff. So all that being said, this one's really wild. This says, this man had been following me for over 5 minutes before I started recording. Some of this is too much.
It's really sad that women cannot go out in public without being followed or harassed by a man. And dudes be like, oh, to go through this, we have to go through that. had a woman following you around towards you and
I wanna see
enjoy
a
life
video.
of other men. I mean, it's simp.
I guess it
But
was
what
it.
if something?
All right. Yeah, anyway, there you go. I think we get the idea. You ever had that experience?
Something fucking scary just happened to me at the Walmart, and I don't even know how I feel right now. Like, I'm literally shaking. I'm hiding in the aisles because it's two people that approach me on some weird shit. Yeah, be careful out here. Let me show you my car before I even explain the story. Let me show you the car. This is my car. Dog food for my dog. 2 cases of water. It's not even a lot of food. Does this look like a lot of food? Like, this is not a lot of food, right? So I am picking up stuff to put in my car so I can like hurry up and go home. And this guy is like, okay, I thought it was him. This guy is like, must be nice. So I'm like, what you mean? He was like, look at your car. You must be blessed. I am blessed, but the car is not, let me show y'all again. The car is not even that full. Like, what? Then I'm like, okay. So I continue to go to the next aisle, pick up some things. And then this lady was like, my gosh, your car is so full. What? Are we in like some type of, I know we're going through a recession, but my heart is racing. Can y'all see it? Do y'all see? That was so scary. Y'all, like I said, be careful. They watching your carts. People are going to outside of supermarkets and they're literally watching your carts to see what you put in your carts. Yeah, I gotta get out of here.
Thanks, lady. Be careful. Careful what's in your cart. This is an obvious one too, though. This one's just, it's pretty wild. But again, you know, I'm not saying she's totally innocent because I feel weird about seeing people film things in public personally. But, and luckily, I don't really, where I'm at, we don't get a lot of that, which is really nice. You know, imagine, I mean, it's all over the place, you know, spotted around in different areas. But I've never personally been out in public yet and seen someone recording something, you know. So that's nice thinking about it. But this lady says, I was trying to film a TikTok in Walmart and this guy kept following me around. And wait till you see the guy. It's kind of spooky. See you out in the parking lot. Toots. Is that Nick Nolte? A younger version. See you out in the parking lot, Toots. Didn't see the camera there. One more time. Yeah. All right. But if she wasn't recording in public, we wouldn't have got that video. So there we go. Hey, here's something I wanted to share. Oh, yeah. Because I still see a lot of people, not a lot, but there's enough. You know, there's at least a few here and there in my comment sections under videos and shows will still be mentioning that, you know, they believe we're in Satan's little season. And, you know, that's really easily debunked, has been debunked. I've shared multiple, I believe, good clips showing obvious truth from the Bible, how there's no way that's what happened. But when I saw this, I was reading the other morning and I noticed this one. So let's put this one out. Here's what I want to say. It says, for the time will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. Here's the important part. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths. Like that one really stood out to me. Because I believe we're seeing it, you know, in a lot of ways. I'm not coming at people in a mean or rude way either. I'm not trying to start a fight with people who believe that. Seriously, I come to you as a friend, you know, and it's not that I know everything at all. I just go to the Bible for things. That's where the knowledge is, you know. Right there it is, in my belief, that many people these days, especially online, just watching too many of the TikToks and everything else and YouTubes, and I watch all of it too, but I stay grounded in the Word. That's what's most important. But they'll turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths. But you, yes, you, keep your head in all situations, endure hardship, do the work of an evangelist, and discharge all the duties of your ministry. Yeah, love it. Surveillance cameras will be required in all new cars by 2027. A federal mandate is requiring surveillance in all U.S. cars by 2027, guys. So if that didn't show you how fast things are moving, that's just months away. You know? We're almost in a, like, October Halloween type season. It's pretty crazy. What's going on with this video? Let me see if I can get this to play. Something's stuck. All right, I'll move on. Sometimes it happens, unfortunately. But it does. Lil Wayne, famous Lil Wayne, he's one of those guys, man, for years always putting out those hot Illuminati type symbols, satanic symbolism, all that in his videos and everything else. But anyway, he opened up about aliens in a new interview, sharing personal thoughts that have fans replaying the clip. Let's just play a few minutes of Lil Wayne talking about the aliens. Again, a lot of these people are either in the know and they're pushing it, or, you know, they're open to it because it's, you know, just another part of the satanic system, and they're cool with all that. And some of these people are filled with demons, and some of them might not even be human. And it's, you know, there's things to consider. I'm just saying maybe.
Yeah, ancient aliens.
Ooh.
I love it.
Did you see that documentary about Dave loves to talk about it? It was on like, what was it called? The Age of Disclosure?
Oh, yeah, I said it.
What did you think about it? Did you like it?
I mean, I love everything about ancient aliens, but that episode, Age of Disclosure, that's when they exposing everything that the government and all
Yeah. He watched it, and I'm not kidding, for like 2 weeks straight. All he would say is, can I talk to you guys about the Age of Disclosure?
Well, the fascinating thing about aliens, which it's just that I feel like if an alien came down and was visible and caught on camera, like walking up to the White House and knocking, it would just shift humanity's like fundamental paradigm so dramatically.
Exactly.
So it's like this event that can change everything. And there's so many people that are like, we've seen it, it's happened, but it's never been captured in full way. But I feel like, how could there not be aliens in general?
Of course. What you like? Definitely.
There has to be.
Of course. We also have to understand what an alien is.
Please.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
None of us know. So what I'm saying is, saying that to say we don't know we don't even know if they're from another planet.
Yeah, we don't know anything.
We know nothing. The only alien that we supposedly knew was the one from Roswell that lived, J-Rod.
I didn't know his name was J-Rod.
Yeah.
I don't know about him.
Yeah. How do you get the name J-Rod?
No one. They said I think they may have named him, and they said J-Rod said that whatever said that when they would ask, you know, because supposedly they was, you know, trying to get him back to where the hell he's from.
Yeah.
If he lived, it was, you know, like
J-Rod,
they
where
were
you
trying
from,
to
man?
be trying to.
How can we help you out
said,
here?
I'm not from another planet.
Wow, Elon Musk said something about the whole thing is taking longer than they thought because of the amount of time.
Yeah.
But I thought time like becomes not a thing once you get past a certain point.
Well, Mars might not be involved with that.
Me?
What is it?
Well, because time is just time isn't real.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm saying if we move fast enough, though, we can move faster than time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
We just have
time
to be
isn't a
answer to
thing.
how to do that sort of fast thing.
Well, Einstein figured it out.
You only have 1 month to live. You learn everything. You have no more curiosity because you know everything. But in a month you die, but you still have a month to convey all the information, tell the world all the facts. Do you do it, or do you choose to live like another 40 years and have fun on Earth, or however long?
Oh, so that's the alternative. You get to live another 4 years without telling people.
No, you live without any of the facts. You don't know.
You either live your normal life, or you live a normal life, another 40.
Yeah.
I do that one because most likely I won't be. I'll have too many answers to that. What will happen after that month?
I like that. That's a different way to think about it. Yeah.
I'll probably be packing.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I know exactly where I'm going.
Yeah. He's such a character, huh? I'll probably be packing. What a voice. It's a character. He's got to be, probably close to 50, I'm guessing at this point. Right? Am I wrong? Major alert. The Pentagon has just officially confirmed that aliens are among us, and that Iran, Egypt, and Q are somehow involved. What?
These are not U.S. military drones. Again, this is being investigated by local law enforcement. What our initial assessment here is that these are not drones or activities coming from a foreign entity or adversary.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct? That's right. It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
From the Coast Guard, who said that one of their 47-foot motor lifeboats was followed by between 12 and 30 of these drones as they went through the water.
These are 6-foot drones that are somehow evading our detection. They are not being detected.
They're saying no threat, but how the hell do they know? They don't know anything. They don't know what it is. They don't know where it come from. They don't know nothing.
They know that they can't track them. They know that they don't emit a signal. They know that they can't see them when they turn their lights out. They also indicated that they don't know where they come from. They don't know where they go to.
One family claims they followed a drone in their car, and while it hovered above them, the clock in their car changed times.
Some of the FBI agents that have been assigned to look into this have reported drones flying over their homes.
It's right here over Picatinny. There was a drone just hanging out. I put my drone up in the air and went towards it. I had full battery life. Not 3 minutes into the flight, I lost control of the drone. Warning on my screen, lost control, and my drone started going down dead.
These are fully charged batteries. It's 2 batteries that have died within seconds, and the drone went up and, like a couple feet off the table, and then came right back down.
Okay, you see it? You see how it goes? See how it goes? And then it becomes a spacecraft or air.
See, man, remember that I showed you guys several of those videos that multiple people recorded the drone turning into the craft, whether it be the orb turning into a little craft, and then presenting what looks like, and some of them running lights, like red and green lights flashing like a plane. Some of them would create the noise of a plane suddenly. Like real spiritual stuff we're watching. It's pretty amazing. Entities, shape-shifting entities, I believe.
Aircraft or whatever you want to call it.
What the fuck is that, bro?
It's a diamond, bro.
Did it just get smaller?
Now it's doing the lights.
Bro, what?
Above the ocean, and it was low, very low, but so bright and so clear, and it was huge. Like when you...
I'm concerned. I issued a letter to ask for more information, and I think there should be a lot more transparency about that.
Can you make that make more sense? Because I think people in New York and New Jersey see drones the size of an SUV over their house every night and think that that doesn't make any sense.
I understand why people would be looking at this and being concerned about it. We're concerned about it too, which is why we have the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI. My goodness, looking at this, and we're taking it seriously.
Yep. It's a good little compilation. Thanks from Master Pool is the
These are not
name.
U.S. military drones.
Follow
again,
Master Pool. Good clip. Good compilation. Yeah, crazy, man. Definitely. A lot of them were entities, I believe. Mixed in then, and then to have some real drones, because there were people that recorded actual, like, physical drones, This Ford F-150 Lightning has an MSRP of a lot of money. Take a look at this. I didn't know if this was real at first, but I believe it is now. Check it out. If you're in the market for a new vehicle.
All right, so here is the MSRP, and wait for it. There is the market adjustment. So MSRP, $41,000, and they're adding $35,000 market adjustment, and you as the lucky consumer get to pay this for this F-150. No, this is a Ford Lightning. I know they're in demand, but that is excessive. This is that F-150 Lightning.
Dang, don't get me wrong, it looks nice, but just another example of how so many of these different industries are being affected, and so the prices are just out of control. I really do feel feel bad for the young homeowners or the people looking for a home.
Do you see what?
I know that's got to be rough out there. I wonder how much the VA loan covers. I've never even used mine yet. I've been thinking about it forever, but I just comfortable where I'm at, Elon smoked her butt. Reporter, do you see why white people loathe you? Wow, she's asking that to Elon. Check this out, the response.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care. But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize.
But do you see why this makes people think?
There you go. I think that's pretty classic. Again, I know he's a wolf, but I do appreciate everything he did with X, man. He totally opened it up. I never, ever used it. I started my account on X right after making the first Scariest Movie Ever.
You have to convince.
Or after releasing it for a while, actually. So I started on 2011 on X, on Twitter back then. Same with YouTube. And just always posted links to my shows and videos. That's it. For years and years and years. Usually links to my website in the beginning and then whatever. So it all changed. But then I actually just passed 10,000 subscribers there. It's pretty, or followers there. It's pretty cool. I sent a message out. But yeah, it was like a big deal. But it's pretty crazy. I've been on there for, 15 years, I guess. And just passed 10,000. But the reason I did is I started uploading my videos directly there. So every time I upload a video, I upload one over there to X, and it's really cool, man. Some of them have done really well. One of them, the one on the data centers, it's around 250 or 60,000 views. Isn't that crazy? It's really cool. It's the stuff that used to happen over on the old Scariest Movie Ever channel, but it's just nice to see, and it's not out of pride or because I love attention. It's that I love seeing my information getting out there, especially on other platforms like that. I haven't got a video hasn't got that many views yet on my KJ's What Happened YouTube channel, that's for sure. Trump just told Americans to stop fighting data centers and to just deal with it, I guess. Let's see. It's not very cool.
Because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection. But you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes. And you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. Because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection.
All right, there we go. I think we got it. You can watch the Scariest Movie Ever, both of them, over on my website, whoiskjosborne, with a Z instead of an S, .com. And they're both on the front page. They're free. Unfortunately, I used to have a copy of it directly up on that website, but they kept having trouble years ago keeping it up there. They'd do upgrades or whatever, updates, and then it would just always get lost. So I had to put it up on Rumble and link it there. So, but still, it's free. And the one from 2009 is up there too. So yeah, if anyone wants to watch them, go check out whoiskjosborne.com. And my old YouTube channel's got a bunch of classic videos. I think they're classics. The Scariest Movie Ever channel. Here's a cool one from Paul Mooney, 2013. Comedian, Hollywood comedian. Always been really outspoken. Gets into some pretty heavy material, some of the stuff we're into. Here's what he's saying about the clones out there.
But he looks better, you understand?
I understand.
And you have to realize that there's more than one Obama.
Okay.
They're clones.
All right. Well, it would take a lot to do a lot of that.
No, and you think I'm kidding you. I'm serious.
Okay.
You when you see the clone can sing and dance.
So in love.
Yeah. The real Obama,
Obama.
he can't sing or he can't dance. No, it's true. And whenever you see his wife with the clone, she is like on a bad date. She's very standoff. Her inner kids.
She doesn't like
her. But the real Obama, they're always hugging him and close to him, kissing him. You think I'm kidding? Watch them, okay? Even the little dog, the real Obama, the little dog's all up in their face. But the clone, the little dog is barking at the clone all the time. But he looks better, you understand?
I understand.
And you have to.
All right, so we already saw it, but yeah, I mean, I was thinking back to the whole his chef that mysteriously passed away. I saw a video on that, and they were showing him
Guys, we're here at 5 Below.
showing him actually swimming and how good of a swimmer he was, and he was on a paddleboard allegedly. He's just like 4 foot of water. He was an athletic guy. Why is this freezing up on me? Okay, hold
Here
on.
are 5
Here we go. It says 5 Below, which is a store, if you didn't know, says it's selling witchcraft to your children. And yeah, she's got a good point. Check some of this stuff out here. There's comments.
And all of this stuff is demonic. Mini meditation sound bowl, heart chakra, that's literally demonic. It's literally inviting demons into your heart, into your soul. There's balance and incense sticks to do rituals. They've got all of the different, look at this botanical goddess, lotus flower, lavender. Next to makeup, next to kids' bracelets and teen stuff. They have this stuff. This is crazy. Over here on this side, look at this. They've got ceremonial dishes, Palo Santo purifying sticks. Look, chakra harmony smudge kit, wild sage bundles. This stuff doesn't cleanse you. It literally defiles you. It's so crazy now how accessible witchcraft and the occult is. About because people aren't sounding the alarm and kids are coming home with this stuff and parents have no idea that these demonic ritual pagan items are being sold in normal stores. If you want to learn more about exposing these practices.
Thanks, lady. Good report. I've never been to one of those stores, 5 Below. I don't even know if we have them here.
Absolutely not. I have made a video about the brand of feminine care products, the Honey Pot, before multiple times, and they just keep saying stuff to make themselves look worse. So we know she practices Santeria. She said the recipe for the soap came from an ancestral spirit. This is where it's getting even worse. She says she's creating a soul tie between you and her. This woman that is practicing Santeria, which you may want to look up what that pertains to, conjuring spirits and necromancy. The Bible says do not do that stuff. She's now saying putting a product out into the community creates a soul tie between her and the customer. That is a very spiritual thing to do. When you buy these products, you are giving money to profit people that are doing wicked and ungodly things. The Bible warns not to do that. When you give these people money, you are furthering the causes that they support. The Bible warns not everyone stewards things well. We should be godly and Christ-like. Well, according to Jesus Christ, God takes away from people that are stewarding badly and gives it to people who are stewarding well. So it's important to find faith-based brands, and if you can't find a faith-based alternative, then just look for a product that does not have clear demonic influence in it.
Thanks, lady. Appreciate it. How about you? Have any of you ever discovered some of these products in your house, maybe from the kids or other loved ones that were no bueno? In 2019, a man walked into a studio in California and said he was from the year 2045. They hooked him up to a lie detector, and then he revealed some things. So this is, again, you decide. He didn't use the Steve Wilkos lie detector, so I don't know if I trust it. But, oops.
My name is Adam Archon, and I am a time traveler.
Adam Archon claims to be an actual time traveler from the year 2040, in which he told us why he is in the year 2019. We sat down with him in person for the first time and hooked him up to a lie detector to see if he was telling the truth. Here are the results. Watch this and decide for yourself.
Hello, I am Adam Archon, and I am a time traveler from the year 2045. I have agreed to do a lie detector test with Apex TV today to prove to you that I am telling the truth. I need to prove to you that this is true so that you can take the information that I am giving you and make the world a better place. Yes, I am a time traveler from the year 2045. Yes, I do have an implanted chip in my hand known as the One. You see, when a chip is put into your hand, like it was in my case, or any part of the body, which in other cases can be, since it is a foreign object, my body was slightly rejecting it, so my hand was getting swollen. Luckily, as you can see now, the swelling has completely gone down, and everything is basically normal. Yes, it is true that aliens did land on Earth in August 2028. In fact, we have known of the existence of aliens before 2028, but it isn't until 2028 that it becomes public knowledge. Yes, it is true that time travel was released to the public in 2028, but it was invented in 1981. It was just kept secret until they released it publicly. Yes, Yolanda Renee King does become, and she is in fact noted as the greatest president of the United States. Yes, I can confirm that aliens do not come from space, but I cannot elaborate on where they come from. Paradox.
All right, I think we're cool on this.
Yes.
Like I said, it's kind of tough to believe some of it, I know. Oh, but he took a lie detector test. I don't know. You decide. For some reason, this is being a little weenie. There we go. There we go. We're good. Here comes trouble. Here comes Mr. Grumbles. The trucker just stumbled into America's first 15-minute city, and he cannot believe what he's seeing. Have you guys seen this footage yet? Check this out. Of course, it's in Texas, right? Yeah, Texas. Dude. Texas. What are you doing? You're supposed to be leading the charge. You know? Independence and all.
Stumbled into America's first 15-minute city, and it's being built right now. It's in Frisco, Texas, and people are shocked to learn the details.
This is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, about a smart city. These apartment complexes will have everything that you need. Grocery store, daycare center, hair salons. You name it, it's going to be here. Doctors, you name it. So you really have no reason to go anywhere else. And as I said before in other posts, they want you comfortable being uncomfortable. Look at this project. I am actually on site at this facility, this new 15-minute city that they're building. And as I told you guys in the previous post, I own a trucking company, and my purpose of being here is that we deliver the lighting for this place. And this is how I learned that this place actually existed. So these are the lights that I bring here every week, twice a week, for this monstrosity of a complex. So it's just not, I'm getting pictures from somebody else. This is actually a real place that I'm at. This is in Frisco, Texas.
Now, to his credit, he tried to warn people about the dangers of this experimental housing development.
You will own nothing and be happy. The price of homes will be so expensive that you can't afford a home. And this is where you will end up at.
Exactly. That's why the prices are
a true 15-minute city with thousands of people on top of each other, paying what's equivalent to today's mortgage. Thousands of dollars. Do you want this to be your final happiness?
thanks.
In his comments section, there are people defending these 15-minute cities, but you only need to look at other smart city projects to see where this is going.
Imagine you can only travel for 15 minutes, buy 3 items of clothing a year, fly just once every 3 years to Europe, and never eat meat again. That's part of the 15-minute city plan that sounds so great in the glossy brochures. I'm Dr. Rennie. I had 3 driving days a year through traffic filters, plus 25 for the congestion zones. If you go over it, cameras catch you, the DVLA data is harnessed and IDs you, and fines hit your mat.
You thought Flock was bad? How about cameras covering every inch of the city you live in? And how about wearable devices that track your personal carbon footprint in real time?
Exactly. No thanks, sir. Not for me. Not for me. Find another way. I mean, Jeremiah Johnson time. You know, pilots with decades of experience are suddenly saying the earth is flat and people are freaking out. Yeah, this has been a strange trend over the last week or so, I've noticed. A lot of these videos out here appear to be pilots saying the earth is flat. Let's see. Are they having some fun? Are they telling the truth? You decide.
Can someone please explain why so many pilots are suddenly claiming that earth is flat?
Member of the Flat Earth Society.
God bless you, brother. Wow, the truth. I love it.
How long have you been in pilot? 42 years. Wow. What shape is the planet? Flat.
You're the pilot? Hi. How long have you been flying for? Like, for help at 21 years, but maybe like 30 something. I want to know, because they say the pilots know a lot. Do you think the Earth is flat or no? I know it's flat. You know it's flat?
The world is flat.
Confirmed.
Completely flat. Completely flat.
And ice wall? What's beyond the ice wall?
You get to that, and you go down, and then gravity works in a different direction. So when it rains, it doesn't fall on the floor. It falls.
Is there another world beyond the ice wall?
Imagine seeing that.
Wow.
That's real.
Can someone please explain why so many pilots are suddenly...
There we go. So my video's playing a little bit weird over here on X. I'll go ahead and actually refresh some of these. That'll probably help. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, it says other humiliation ritual completed. This is NBA player Russell Westbrook. Showed up on the red carpet looking like a 12-year-old high school student. And yeah, isn't that... I mean, you know... It's nice that we all get it. We understand these are real things. It's being part of the club. You got to do some of this kind of stuff. Just shameful though, man. They think they're so cool. You know, dudes, you guys are...
Are you seeing these celebrities right now?
Fools.
A lot of them are looking sick. They're looking shriveled up, dried up. They're looking like they're dying, and people with eyes to see can see right through, even with all that makeup and that surgery. And it's because their main source of supply is getting cut off.
Wacky.
Which is our attention and our energy. As much as we used to consume these celebrities for entertainment and distraction, they consume us. And that's something that they've relied on for a long time. But nowadays, people are gaining a heightened awareness and a heightened sensitivity to what's real and what's fake, to what resonates and what doesn't. And a lot of these celebrities, they just be performing. And because we're gaining this heightened sensitivity, we know when our currency is being spent. Our attention, our energy is like money. It's currency. Even watching someone through the phone, you can feel your currency getting spent. So when we watch these celebrities now, I just be cringing and I just want to stop. I'm like, I don't want to watch that shit. It doesn't even feel good, and I feel like I'm getting drained. Because we can feel that currency exchange. And a lot of times with these celebrities, It's not even an exchange. They're just extracting and then giving us bullshit in return. So more and more people are giving attention to where they're getting something in return. A lot of these celebrities be on performance mode. They're so inauthentic. Their expression is not even real. And it's just draining to watch them now. And now look at them. They're looking sick. And a lot of them are scrambling, trying to find a way to get our attention. This won't just be happening to celebrities. This will be happening to the people in the world who rely on extracting and siphoning energy from others. More and more people are becoming aware that our life force, our energy, our attention is more valuable than all the money in this world. The people who have always relied on extracting attention and energy, they've relied on drama and chaos to siphon people's energies. A lot of them are going to start looking shriveled up and dried up because I'm telling you, more people, because of that heightened sensitivity, they're going to be calling their power back. They're going to be pulling their energy back from places, people, and things. And you'll start to see who looks like you'll know how they look like. And you'll know, okay, you was one of them vampires. That's why.
There we go. Good point. I like it. Interesting discernment.
I know it's not safe to record while driving, but I need to document what just happened to me. I pulled up to the gas station after having very clouded thoughts, and I don't know what happened, but I went to a dark place, and I left where I was at. I registered I needed to put power steering fluid in my car, and I had to park at a gas station next to a homeless man, or who I perceived to be a homeless man. And he, without a better word for it, he had incoherent, high ramblings. And all he said was, "Hey boss, 1350. And I said to him, "But I will give you the change I get before I go inside." I bought my power steering fluid. It happened to be on sale. He didn't know why I stopped. My exact change was 1350. I immediately knew what had just happened. So I ran up to this man. I didn't even care about the power steering fluid at this point. I ran up to this man and gave him all the money I had in my wallet, the 1350, the rest of it. I'm not in a position. I needed that 1350. And I shook his hand and I said, "Sir, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you, how much you're loved and respected. And I just really hope you're blessed and have a good meal." And then it flipped like a cutscene and his face changed. I was talking to Jesus. There's no world where this can be faked. I don't want it to be faked. I don't want it. I almost don't want it to be real because my entire life has been changed for the better. I was a believer and now I'm devout. I have met the conversation I shared with this man, who he only gave me the name of King. I swear to God. The message is too profound for me to put into ignorant words. I know it's not safe to record while driving, but
it's pretty wild. I like that. You guys ever had any odd experiences out on the road? I've driven across America once. I mean, in total, I'd say 2 overall, but I loved it too. Love it. That's just so fun, just driving. When you're ready, just go to a hotel somewhere. If you see something off the side of the road that might be a cool attraction or something to check out, you just go do it, you know. It says, "I've never caught this on video before." Check this out. What is that? Is that something? Some might say it's just a reflection.
What is it?
Okay, I surrender. Hey, do you see my phone?
it's a double sign.
No, what the heck? There's something else coming off of it. It's getting longer. I see his blood. That's
Like what?
I accidentally looked at it and there's these.
It's pretty interesting. And for years, people have been capturing some interesting videos and photos of the
This
sun.
family had no idea the photo they took might be the last proof that they were ever there. They were driving down the road when they passed an old house that people claimed was connected to the Texas Chainsaw legend. Something about the upstairs window caught their attention, so they pulled over and started recording. But when they looked closer at the footage, they noticed something that made them freeze, a dark figure standing inside the window. At first they thought it was just a shadow or a strange reflection, so they brushed it off and kept driving. But after going a long way down the road, something impossible happened. The same house showed up in front of them again. They stopped the car and looked back at the window, and the figure was still standing there, in the exact same spot, like it had been waiting for them. The video was eventually posted online, but after that, the family never uploaded anything again. And the more people looked into what happened that day, the more unsettling one theory became. Maybe they were already gone and they just didn't know it. This family
It's
had
deep. And she got deep there, didn't she? Good catch, though. Interesting. This is from, is it Minutes of Horror? Seconds of Horror, but there was some cool footage on here I wanted to show that he had found, or someone had uploaded. I'll know it when I see it. There's something in here I wanted to share with you guys. All right, where are we at? Oh, you know what? I messed up because actually it was that video we just watched. So I watched this first, then I went and found the video. So, okay, we got it. And let's check this last video out about the Noahide system. There's a lot of interest in the Noahide system, and it's actually been making
I thought this
the
was fake
news.
when I first saw it. It is not. So for the first time in history, we have an International Congress of Noahides set for this November. Now, this will be hosted by the Noahide World Center, and the objectives include to formally establish the World Noahide Movement, to establish the first international Noahide court system with judges from Jerusalem and reps from each continent. And then they want to elect 6 continental councils to develop regional plans. You can go on their website and read all about it, but I wanted to address why Christians need to understand what this is. Now, these 7 laws resemble the 10 Commandments, and that is why a lot of Christians don't understand the issue here. They don't understand, well, these are all good things, right? Prohibiting idolatry, prohibiting blasphemy, prohibiting sexual immorality. These are all good things, and they look like the 10 Commandments, so what's the big deal? The big deal is you will not find this specific set of laws that were given to Adam, they say. The first 6 apparently were given to Adam, and then the 7th was given to Noah. It was added on for Noah. Nowhere in the scriptures, nowhere in the living word of God will you find that. The 7 Noahide laws are derived from the Talmud. Now, I recommend for everybody to take their own time, do their own research, and look into what is written in that. This is just one example. You can pause and read if you need. Now, what is the main issue for Christians with the 7 Noahide laws? The main issue is that they do not recognize the Lord Jesus Christ as God. That means that they serve another God. You cannot deny that Jesus Christ is God, the Lord Jesus Christ is God, and still have the Father, because they are one. Anybody who denies the Son does not have the Father. So anyone, any religion that denies that Jesus Christ is God is serving another God. So here's where the problem arises for true followers of the Lord Jesus Christ. Anybody who worships Jesus as God would be violating that number 1 law. And what is a possible punishment for violating these 7 Noahide laws? And they, meaning the Gentiles, are executed for this transgression by the sword alone, as all death penalties stated with regard to the descendants of Noah are by the sword alone, and they mean beheading. This is Sanhedrin 7:3, which is straight from the Talmud. It says the mitzvah of those who are killed, i.e. the process of execution by decapitation, is carried out in the following manner. The executioners cut off his head with a sword, the way that the monarchy does. They even add this, y'all. From here, it can be derived that a Gentile is executed for having transgressed a prohibition without awareness that the act was prohibited, since he should have learned and he did not learn. Now, these Noahide laws have always been acknowledged. I mean, this was in 1991 by George Bush. What is happening now is on an international scale, right? They are stepping up the game. They are bringing the world together under this Noahide umbrella. And it's these objectives that start to raise some questions, right? If we've always acknowledged them, then what is this doing? Right? It's creating a world Noahide movement. It is uniting the world. Developing regional plans for what? We're establishing an international Noahide court system for what? Are they going to try and unite all the world's religions under this one umbrella? I think it's a very likely possibility. I mean, we see this sort of play happening with the Abrahamic family house, right? Where it has a church, Catholic church, of course, not Christian. It has a synagogue and a mosque. And it's all united. It's interfaith, and that this is the same language that we see in the Abrahamic Accords.
Jump ahead some.
Together, seeking to build a future that reflects the will of God and His values based on the 7 Noahide laws that will unite us all together. Amen.
Now, we know that Christians during the 7-year tribulation, during Daniel's 70th week, will be beheaded for their faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. I do not understand those Christians out there, number one, who think that we endure, but who think that we will be protected, when Revelation is very clear multiple times that Christians will be beheaded. You will die for your faith in Christ, and that is not a bad thing. But just understand what is coming. Understand that you will not be protected. It says the Antichrist goes to war with the saints, and here it is, overcomes them. You will be beheaded. You are not protected. Over 90% of the world's population dies during this period of time because it is the wrath of God that is being poured out on this world. Those who were unbelievers at the point of the rapture, at the moment of the rapture, because the rapture removes all whose faith is in the Lord Jesus Christ. Those who are truly saved, every single one of us will be removed. Then those who come to faith during the tribulation, because that is the point of the tribulation, God out of his love, because he desires that none perish, right? He is pouring out his wrath as a last wake-up call. He is allowing the world to get handed over to who they choose, right? Because right now they are rebellious. They are rejecting God. So he says, okay, you can have who you want. This is one final chance. You got to live through hell.
All right. Thanks, Ashley Hayes. Good message. I'll stop there. And you know what? That's actually the last video, just noticed. So take a look at us, man. Amazing. Still have over 900 amazing, cool, awesome, interesting, critically thinking, handsome and beautiful. Gotta remember that. People hanging out with me. So thank you guys. It's always cool hanging out with you on a Saturday afternoon. I think I said Friday earlier, but on a Saturday afternoon. It's great to have you guys here. Thanks again, Tamara, for all you do. Always appreciated. I know you had to knock some people out today, but it happens. And before we go, I also want to do this. Always need to do this. But I want to talk about salvation just for a moment. Remember, I don't have any titles like pastor, priest, prophet, or a priest. Prophet, pastor, priest, or preacher. Yeah. But I don't have to. I love Jesus, and this is the most important information I can tell you, is that prophecy, excuse me, prophecy is real. It's playing out right now. And there is only one choice, man. It's Jesus. We go through the Son to get to the Father. Jesus said, most assuredly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Also, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. There is no salvation in any other, for there is no other name under heaven given among men by which we must be saved. So it's Jesus only. Confess with your mouth, believe in your heart, understand it's all true. He's the creator, came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, Set the perfect example. You'll never achieve, neither will I. But still, he had a brutal death, was buried. 3 days later, he resurrected and ascended to heaven. And he's coming back for his bride, and he loves us all so very much. And I know it's a lot to take in, but hopefully all the stuff I show you and other people out there doing it show you that, it's that time. It's really crazy right now. So, and America, Babylon might be in the sights, it seems, from even my last video, again, if you saw that. So, but enough about me. I just hope you choose correctly, my friend. Whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. And here's a good one from Romans 10:9, that if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you'll be saved. For with the heart one believes unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. But yeah, also kind of like what Ashley was talking about, there are, you got to be careful. You got to make sure it's your heart. He sees it. He knows your intention. Just make sure it's true. Make sure it's real. He loves you and can't wait to embrace you, and I can't wait to see you up in heaven. So, okay? All right. I want to say a prayer too. Heavenly Father, thanks so much, of course, for these platforms. Thanks for even them growing and building, and I know that's all due to you, so thanks for that. Thanks to the wonderful people here, the family, the community we have here, just amazing people, and thanks that we have so many prayer warriors here and people that care enough and always pray for each other, so it's just a beautiful thing, Lord. So I have to hand it to you. Thank you for all these great souls hanging out. And I always ask you, help us to help the kingdom while we're here in whichever way you choose individually. And just please give us the wisdom to understand, the discernment, and the courage to carry through. I also pray we are all found worthy to escape the horrors coming upon this earth, as we're told to do. And we love you, Lord. Thank you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, guys. Thanks. Let me jump back over here with y'all. Put a little background up. This is always a cool one. I like this one. It's one of my favorites. The cinematic one feels very cinematic. To me, it does. I don't know. But good to see you. Hey, thanks again. Good to see you, Tina, Coulter, Kaiser, Taka, Segato, Ciro, Stephanie, Max, Chris Drick, Ashley. Thanks for that. Yeah, thanks today for all the gifts, the animations. Love it. Those are fun. Eric Woodson, Churchy Joe, Denise, sorry if I missed any names. It's going by pretty quick. But it's good to see everybody, man. I appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you're doing well. Hope you have a great weekend. So yeah, don't forget, we have an uncensored show, not tomorrow, we have it Monday, over on Rumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard, under KJOZBORNE. So check that out if you can. We always have a great crowd there. It's my 280-ish ride or dies. And but they always... people watch, it's nice. They typically get around 10,000 views, and I appreciate that people are still interested in that kind of information. And it's grown a little bit over the years, and it's changed. There's even more topics I get into there, but just thank you for even watching and sharing, all that good stuff. And so then later this week, follow on Subscribestar. If you're not, thank you for those who do. Shout out to my members, of course. Huge shout out. Thank you so very much. And again, hope you saw my newest video. I don't even well, I guess it's probably just about 24 hours old now. So yeah, you can check it out. And thank you for those who do, and people that promote it. Thank you for that. Thanks to the P.O. Box people. I just got a couple cards. I'm going to be writing 2 of you back. I just went and checked it a few days ago. But always thanks for the P.O. Box people. Much appreciated. I'll always write you back as long as you send me an address. And I guess that's it, man. I love you all in Christ. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thanks again, Tamara, for everything. Y'all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you Monday. Cool? And then next week, I'll post up a new video and another show for Friday night. Sound good? All right. Hey, you're welcome, Churchy Joe. I love doing it. It's a labor of love, as they say. So you guys all make it worthwhile. So thanks for just being you. Okay? I know. It's corny. Whatever. I don't care. All right. Have a good weekend. Take care, guys. I'll see you in a few days.